Wassail! Solstice! Well, it was the exact point of solstice a few hours ago, but it's solstice and it's thin veil time. So in sort of Stonehenge, actually I should have put links. See, I don't think anything ahead. Wassail, Penelope. I don't think anything ahead, but I went to solstice one year, winter solstice, December solstice at Stonehenge, and actually it's the point at which the veil is so thin that the ancestors can reach through to us. And actually, although people go to Stonehenge for the summer solstice, actually there was a separate place called Woodhenge, which is really where they went, because that was about growth, summertime, but because it was wood, it vanished. Winter solstice was about the solid rocks. So it's a different thing. So, wassail Penelope, wassail wild wolf woman, wassail. I need to come forward. Sydney, wassail Joyce Hartman. So look, I didn't get a cushion. I'm sitting on the hammock so that I can swing with the solstice. Wassail Margaret Hughes. So, no idea what we're doing here today, but the idea was, in general, I've pulled myself further back so that I can kind of read your comments. I kind of want to be able to be involved with you, singing your ancestors. I'll do the whole thing, Penelope. Wassail Penelope, yay. I always forget what the next bit is. Wassail Penelope, Jägersar. Chaffa. See, just Penelope. I know there's these other bits, JC, hidden in there. It was really badly done. Wassail Julian, wassail Danielle Caputo. So, I know, I really made a ham fist of that one. So, you know, it's about having a chat and tossing some cards. Wassail Linda J, how are you today? And it's quite comfortable being in this hammock. See how that goes. Wassail Rita Golden. See, I missed you, Rita. Wassail Felicia Chef. Yeah, it is fun. I'm enjoying this. I like the little different angle on the windows behind. And for some reason, the sun's really bright out there today. It's hot. I did set up, and then I sat here waiting for the sweat to go away. Wassail Sally Ariad. Is it Ariad? Wassail Grandma's Garden of Ideas. Montreal, Grandma, you got to make sure I get there. Put out a little wish. See me in Canada, because I'm coming. Wassail Betty Metza. Wassail Debbie M. Wassail Darkfire Dragon 2013. So yeah, I've got cards and we can do some card pulling. I kind of feel like I want to begin. I'm not necessarily now. I'm still saying hello to people. It's nice to see you all. And I hope the signal's good. It gets a little bit hairy at points, but you know, wassail Natalie Kincaid, wassail Sarah Kirk, wassail Winter Clock Activator. Is that right? Wassail, I can't read that one. Hang on, let me get closer. Wassail Nick Fro. Wassail Henrietta Ma, Maha, Maha, Born, Bjorn, Bjorn, Bjorn. Wassail Tammy Winston, wassail Sarah Kirk, wassail Rhonda Tucker, wassail Soul Explorer, wassail Caribbean Queen, wassail Carolina Krupa, wassail Debbie M, wassail Sunshine. I think these are better at seeing than the other ones. So yeah, I've got the little Egyptians. They don't get them out very often, but I have to check the book because I still can't remember them. And I just thought we might, I don't know what we're going to do. We're just going to let things pop through, and we might, you might have some questions to ask, and I'll see whether I want to answer them with the cards. Who's on the bottom? 16. So there's someone else. Wassail Salas. So, oh, look, see, number 1. What a nice start. The first, very beginning. I always think this one's got a really horrible picture, though. Look. I'm going to beat you because you didn't do what I wanted you to do. Says the bird. Wassail Jaylene Wright. I'm getting hot for singing now. Let's have a look at what this means. Altruism, detachment from material things. I'm not sure why you have to beat somebody up. If you want to stop touching material things, just walk like an Egyptian. Actually, you writing that's making me think of the ballet by Stravinsky, Igor Stravinsky, Le Sacre de Printemps, the Rite of Spring. Amazing piece. Took him 7 years to orchestrate it. And Nijinsky did all of the ballet for it, the choreography. And he did it all in weird kind of freeze, two-dimensional Egyptian moves. And they had a riot in Paris. And they all went nuts. They were so offended by the work that they actually had a riot, which is crazy. I'm glowing because I'm on a hammock. It means I can move in easily to see what you're saying. So careful with your words. So, letting go of material things. We need more on that. Yeah, it's a very famous incident, the Nijinsky ballet. Actually, it's making me think of the connection I had the other day. I sent an email to my composition teacher that I had at, I know that for all sorts of fun activities. I like this one for being this wonderful cerise pink. I wrote to my composition teacher. I found her email address, and I was looking through a list of her works. And the year that I wrote a beautiful piece of music for her called Solomon's Ring, she wrote a piece about visiting the grave of Stravinsky. And I wrote her and said, how funny, you never mentioned that in any of my classes. But I went to visit the grave of Stravinsky and his wife, but in the same cemetery. It's in Venice, and there's a separate island, San Michele or Michele. And also there is Diaghilev, who was the impresario who commissioned the ballet Les Noces. He did do Les Noces as well, but that's not the one I want to talk about. The Rite of Spring, Sacre de Printemps. And behind his grave, because he was an impresario for dancers, he had this wonderful kind of, not a mausoleum, it was too small, but a monument. And behind it, lots of ballet dancers had left their slippers. So there was this little pink pile of silken shoes, and they were all covered in mold. It just always, it wasn't that it shocked me. It surprised me, it amused me. I thought it was incredibly charming. I tell you what's really interesting. The wind is actually blowing from behind me. It's never done that before. It's like solstice is turning the world around. So, letting go of money. Oh, look, I need to do some more names. Wassail Chalice, Wassail Parry, Wassail Upton, Wassail Upton. Wassail Light Body Oracle, hey. Wassail Christina Deep Down, Wassail Ella Chalice. I may have said some names before, but let's just do them more than once. So let's get some cards on this. Why? Oh, the wind. I'm gonna have to pull the cloth up the other way. Let's get some off. And let's hope I don't have to go chasing after them. Oh, thank you, Christina. I'm thankful for all of you. Otherwise, I'd be all on my own out here in Mexico if I didn't have moments to share with you guys. So, what's this about? You see, that's really interesting. It's the Prince of Swords. And I'm always aware that all of these figures down the bottom are like Two of Pentacles, and he's got the Two of Pentacles behind him. But he is the Prince of Swords. The editing, the rapid editing. But as it fell, it just looked like a battle with money, a battle with monetary systems. Like there's an energy of tension around the subject of money. Yeah, happy December solstice, everybody. Like, I know, I do call it the winter solstice, but it upsets people in the southern hemisphere, understandably, because it's their summer solstice. But 90% of the world lives in the northern hemisphere. So they're the trendsetters down there pretending it's the sun. So what do we have? Eight of Pentacles, mastery over money. And this is key, prudence with money. Don't be prudent, send me money. So PayPal me /Russell around. So yeah, we've got something about a battle with money, a prudence with money, and letting go of material gains. Maybe it's about charity. I'll be your charity. Oh, look, it's more pentacles. There's definitely an issue. The failure of money. The failure of money. This is fascinating. Let's just keep going. I mean, just all the pentacles will come. Yes, thank you, Penelope. There's the lovely PayPal address. So come on, we need a bit more about this. What's this energy? What's this frequency? What's this about money? What is this about money? What is this about money? You're not out of money. You're not out of money. The money's flowing towards you. I mustn't say that while I'm shuffling, but the truth is, yeah, maybe it's me and I need to talk about money to you. So I was in a series of, I always worked hard for my money. I worked hard for my money. Worked hard for my money. And now I'm here working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. So I never worked 9 to 5. I always do my own hours. And I've always been self-employed because I don't like people telling me what to do. But in a period when I had lack, my lack was Wassail Reddy's Clips, Russell Myler Age. I said Russell. Me now. Wassail my light. I may have said that to you about 7 times. So I was in lack. And I had my sound healing studio. I had no home. I sold my home. I spent all the money traveling, thinking something would come along. And I couldn't seem to get money towards me. And part of that ability was Sarah Jacks. Part of that problem was I was very generous. I've always been incredibly generous. If you need something, I'll give it to you. But what I could never do was accept gifts from other people. And then one day I kind of thought, you know, if it was me and I offered somebody something and they didn't want it, I would sit and persuade them. And I would say, look, I wouldn't offer you this if I didn't want you to have it. And so I kind of thought I need to be more like that. And that someone from Australia wanted to send me some money in Australian dollars. And they asked me how they could do it. And I spent ages ignoring the email. And then I wrote to them and said, look, I've decided I'll do this. I'll set up a PayPal account and I'll accept your money because I think I need to learn to accept gifts rather than thinking I haven't made it. And so and the weirdest thing was when I realized how much money they were sending me, I thought it was about 40 quid, but it was actually £200. And had I known it was £200, I would have said no immediately. So that was interesting in itself, that I needed to imagine it was a smaller donation. But from that point, and I just decided it's not wrong to just accept money and accept gifts that are donated towards you, because people only offer it if they can afford to do it. And since that point, I've never been in lack. And if I get to a point, well, I would say if I got to a point where I thought money was going to dry up, but I don't have that sense of lack. I now truly imagine that money flows to me. And I also, when I go into a shop, if I buy something, I assume I can afford it, because that's another thing, money healing. That's what I'm being told. We are meant to be healing our relationship with money. So I don't question how much something costs, because I assume that the universe will provide me with the funds to buy something. Because every time you say something is too expensive, I mean, I'm not crazy with money, but every time you say something is too expensive, you're putting yourself in the energy of lack. So, sorry, I've talked for ages and I've been missing the comments. And the whole point of this was to sit and read what you've got to say. Yeah, it is. Wassail Goddess of Heavens. You are ready to receive. Wassail Carolyn, Lenia Roberts. Wassail Heidi R. Yeah, in a way, it is because I'm where I should be. I don't doubt that any longer either. I don't wonder where I should be. I just go, I'll know where I'm going to be when I get there. Apart from Canada, which I'm just like, I am going to be in Canada. Doesn't matter what they do, it's really going to be there. Money healing in Venus. Yes, exactly. Venus loves money. She doesn't work hard for her money. She just steals everyone else's. It just comes to her. She is a money magnet. So yeah, it's real. I do want to say that even when I tried for so long to allow the flow of money, believing in the flow of money, it's a difficult one to wrap your head round. It really is. But when you can do it, it's a beautiful thing. So this money thing, have we got any more messages about this money? Have we got any more messages about the money? Money, money, money. Must be funny in a rich man's world. Now that's interesting that has come into my head, because that's ABBA. And last night, which I always think the night before and the night after are the really important solstice dreams, I had a weird dream where I was in a place that was sort of London, and I knew that Mount Everest, the Himalayas, was nearby. And I just needed to get there. And I popped in to some weird room somewhere, like you do in a dream. And there was a guy in there with a camera, and it was Benny from ABBA. Even in the dream, I remember thinking, why on earth would you be in my dream? And yet he was. And I took him outside for a bit of sound healing, and it all got a bit weird. And then suddenly I kind of went, you're not Benny, are you? You're not. This is all just like an ancestral astral trickery, that mercurial frequency that comes along. But the other thing I was going to say was money, money, money. It must be funny in a rich man's world. I've spent my whole life living in rich people's worlds and never having any money. And they've all got more than they ever need. And I can't say that they're any happier, if I'm honest. Yeah, there's seriously mega pentacles. Look, we've had. I know the first one was swords, but it's covered in pentacles, and it's a battle with pentacles. It's almost like this need to reshape our relationship with money, and are we in the mastery of money or the failure of money? So let's just see if we can get a little bit more on that. Did Benny? No, he had really horrible trousers on. And it was at one point when I looked at him, I just thought, what have you got on, mate? What seriously, what are you wearing? And then I kind of went, you're not Benny. Benny wouldn't wear that. Not that I know Benny. I've got short shorts on though. Little tiny blue ones, powder blue. All of his coins were floating out of his head. Lovely. Did you have a butterfly net to catch some of them? Right, so what's the other message about this healing relationship with money, money, money? Nice bird. There's some birds here called chakalakayas or something. And they go chakalaka, 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 chakalaka. And it's beautiful. It makes me titter every morning when they start doing it. Right. Let's end this little bit on money. Now I'm hearing money makes the world go around, the world go around, the world go around. Money makes the world go around. That clinking, clanking sound. A new energy, a new frequency to do with money. It's got something to do with Mars being in Sagittarius. But I don't think that matters, but it's definitely Mars frequency that's bringing this. And there's something about our emotional response to money. Wassail Olga. Look, everyone, it's Olga who's drawing the rune cards for us. She's popped in. I'm going to talk to her afterwards. Give her a call. She wanted to talk to me earlier. I would talk to you earlier, but we're here now. We're live, Olga. So something about our emotional response to money is empty. Oh, is it some kind of strange thing? And this is really interesting. There's lots of articles out at the moment about, you know, does not buying gifts make Christmas better? Does not sharing the excess of money? And I really badly want to go shopping, Christmas shopping, because I haven't had to buy Christmas presents for anyone for a long time. And I'd really like to buy the family that I'm staying with something lovely for Christmas. And I'm going to. And then it ends with, actually, that's the wrong way around. It ends with, this is the Prince of Cups. And this is about what was absent here, look, you know, the cups are blue. The cups represent the water. They represent the emotions, but they're an inverted pentacle and their leaves are kind of blackened. It's like there's a dark, uncomfortable shadow holding back the emotional truth of me. And then here we're full sail into the energy of the pleasures and the honesty that money can bring. I've always had a very, I've always had non-understanding of money. It's not that I'm rubbish with money, but for me, even as a child, I couldn't understand why money existed. I just couldn't. I feel like I came from some other galaxy that just didn't have money, and the notion that money is slavery in many ways. It's a form of economic slavery, and it just feels as though it's used to trap us. And you know, look, I fell into that trap for a long time. Couldn't do anything because I didn't have any money. But as I say, I moved into a different relationship with money where I understand its natural flow, and that there is an abundance of money in the cosmos. There's an abundance of everything if you can allow yourself to receive. And my problem was I was unable to receive. I couldn't do it honestly. Even gifts. If someone wanted to give me a gift, I was like, no, you're all right, I'm okay. I had to learn to accept, I guess, not just money, but kindness. Accept kindness somehow. So, yeah, it's interesting what we see as currency. To me, the most important currency that I feel is kindness. And I think kindness rewards me in many ways. Keeps going a bit dark here. Light up. So, is there anything that we should talk about? Yeah, it is very difficult, Heidi, though, to have a new relationship with money. I tried for a long time. I used to do mantras about money and abundance flowing to me. But yeah, that's exactly it. Don't let money define your worth. Find something else to define your worth, and then you become valuable. This is beginning to hurt the underside of my knees. I pull it down the thighs a little bit. That's better. So that was the message. Maybe we should just go into these and see what theme the Egyptians bring up, and then we'll look at that, because it is solstice. Yeah, Felicia Shea, you're not flat broke. You're just having a kind of monetary pause before a flood. Wassail Laurie Jankovic. So let's go back into these. Oh, hello. There's a load of them up the other way. Oh, there's like confusion in the deck. Wassail P. Monroe. Wassail Carolina Krupa. So I've got two. Got two cards, one up, one down. That's what this whole thing's about. Up and down. Interesting. 21. Now, I don't know what I've done with the book. Waiting for the flood. That flood is coming. Money comes to me and cash flows to me in avalanches of abundance is a beautiful way of looking at it. And an avalanche of abundance. Yeah, it's very important in spell casting, the words and the spelling. So we have 12. And 12 is intimacy. I kind of feel like this is a lack of intimacy. You know, it's this energy where we're all in lack, intimacy lack. And then on the other side, it looks like that intimacy lack is changing. Oh, you see, that's interesting. It's 12 and 13, but it's 31. So it's like something being mirrored and returned, the flow being mirrored and returned. So let's just see what 31 is. Charm, convincing words and the ability to seduce. We're all becoming seductresses. Yes, Nikki, 12/21, it's today, exactly. Well done, Wassail Nikki, for being on the numerology. So, this must be another one of those little dirty moments. I feel like if we're going to get all downright dirty, we definitely need the Alchemy of Astrology, because that's got the most sexual cards in it. Oh, look, I'm missing things. What are you saying, Parry? $5 to your name you hitched, and you return to the East Coast with $8. Fabulous. A story online of a woman, I don't know what app she's using, but it's a trading app. And she traded a hairpin, and she's been trading up from her hairpin. She recently went online and she's now got a house that she's trading. I don't know how you do that. I didn't open the article and look, but it's interesting. So we've got the Alchemy of Astrology. Our intimacy is going to the energy of seduction. An intimate seduction. So let's try and do this without the cards blown away. So, what's all this dirty energy? And is it just that we're picking up on Penelope? Oh, it's the earth, the universal seed. The song lines are officially changing today. Actually, it looks like they're changing on Boxing Day, because 26th of December in Britain's called Boxing Day, St. Stephen's Day, on the Feast of Stephen. And we've long been talking about the change of the signs, because the old earth frequency energies were fading to bring about new ones, because earth is no longer in that frequency of dominance. It's now air, as we know, since the 21st of the 12th last year. So we're now officially also a year into air epoch. But what I'm seeing with this is, if you think about solstice, is about when the sun, we reach the point where we have the shortest day in the northern hemisphere, and then you get a switch round, you get a change of frequency. And they always say that the sun is reborn 3 days later. And that's why the story of the birth of Jesus was put supposedly on that day, because it's about taking over what was an old festival that people celebrated. And so there is this frequency that the sun is reborn on the 25th, and then on the 26th, the song lines change. So the sun returns to its pathway of growth, and the song lines change. So, what else would you like to say? Oh, I have to be so careful. The wind is really trying to steal my cards. It's because it's Aries, Pop. So what do we have? Moon in Sagittarius. Well, look, it has just been a full moon in Sagittarius, but in Gemini, if you know what I mean. And this is about a philosophical mission. I love this card so much. Yeah, it's the liver, the hips, and the thighs. Ooh, as soon as I get the liver, we have to deliver. Hey, look at all the bells. So let's bring Neptune in with his bells. I want to say that there's an energy of closed caution coming in the sound of the bells. It's like the charm, this energy is resonating out, but it's not formed. It just keeps coming in. It's like it strikes a note and it leaves the note in you to percolate, to think about, and then it just wraps it back down. And then it delivers another one. And again, it wraps it back down. And then a third. And it's like us, it is this thing of the philosophical mission. We have to rewrite our philosophical mission to suit the B side of the record. We've been on the A side throughout all of our lives, and that was earthy pop. And now the record's been turned over. So we're listening to the B side, and we don't know that tune. We've all been singing the other one for ages, but this is new. And so there's something about rewriting things. Where's Marilyn Monroe? What's she here for? Did I miss something? Boxing Day, actually Boxing Day was originally because in big posh houses, the staff had to work on Christmas Day to feed the wealthy family. And so on Boxing Day, they were given gifts. So they didn't get to have Christmas until the day after. So it was the day they were given their Christmas box by the British aristocracy. Yeah, so this is really about purifying. Liver Neptune is a cleansing energy. And so it's always about changing something, but there's something about percolating. And then we've got Chariklo. Do you know, this is really interesting. This afternoon, my plan for the afternoon of solstice is to go through and read all the mythologies of my asteroids that are in this deck, because I haven't got that far yet. And I kept saying I'm really looking forward to learning about Chariklo, because she is Chiron's partner. They married. I don't know anything about that because I'm not up on my Greek. But she's the graceful enforcer of boundaries. It's like we're having to redefine our boundaries. And that includes our boundaries of intimacy, because, you know, all intimacies have been removed. Social distancing has taken people away from each other. And it doesn't matter how you feel about, you know, illness of the pandemic, the whole notion of returning to any form of intimacy, even if it's just kissing somebody, is going to be fraught with different energies. Yeah, I know she did tend to him. My problem is, the reason I need to dig more, Penelope, is that she's just got this energy of just like being like the hard put upon wife energy, and I can't bear that frequency. So I want to dig more about her. I know the energies. She was just like, she was an energy of servitude. She was someone that wouldn't have got anything till Boxing Day. But I feel like this is really about changing that. So let me just see what else you're saying. I misread that, Myla. I've been hearing a lot about steroids. It's like Eris roid rage. Asteroids lately. Yeah, I'm intrigued by them. I always think the danger with having just done a lot of work on fixed stars, which have got nothing to do with this deck. The problem is getting under the skin. I think there's a laziness around the definition, which is why I need to dig into as many sources for Chariklo and the other asteroids, because I need to see what I think they mean rather than what others have said they mean. Because a lot of asteroids have not been long known about. And so in many ways, their energies, there's a kind of, this is always a problem for me. There's a randomness, or is there, to how they're named. Because Eris, when she was first discovered with her moon, she was called Xena and her moon was called Gabrielle. And they were like, no, you can't have that. We'll call her Eris. So there's a lot of really sense of, are we defining the energies of the asteroids by the name they were given? And was that random, or was it always what the universe and cosmos intended? I don't know, but I feel we need to look at the asteroids with very open eyes. Maybe that's part of this philosophicalness. Maybe we need to look at our whole raison d'etre, reason for being, with very open eyes. Who's just come in that I've missed? Because Linda, we are Wassail, Linda J. I thought you were here ages ago. Oh, Wassail, Marie, Emily. So, yes, we need a bit more. Just tuck those cards under there. Or I might have a little sip of water. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum. I was silly. I got water all down me. It does feel like a very silly energy, though, today. I have to be honest. I woke up and the whole frequency of everything was softer. And the whole frequency of everything was kind of still, like it is now. The wind's gone. And it really felt like a frequency of change. It's gone dark. Must be when I swing forwards and backwards. Oh! I'm not taking that one because I wasn't ready for it. I want to know about, I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just thinking about swinging. 1970s pampas grass. And if you don't know about that, apparently in Britain in the 1970s, if you had pampas grass in your front gardens, it was a symbol of you being a bit of a swinger. So, yeah, I really feel the energy change today. The thing is, we were in the dark of the dark as we headed towards, you know, we had the full moon, and yeah, the moon had shifted and was heading towards, you know, waning down towards its newness. But there was this real sense, always with the solstice as the dark of the dark, but the dark doesn't go away. It almost pauses for 3 days, as I said earlier, before it changes on Christmas Day. Interestingly, on Christmas Day, we've got that energy of Venus and Pluto being in conjunction again. And Venus, in that reading I did the other day, she's really blocking everything out from the Earth. She's changing the frequencies. So this sexual healing that we've got going down, what's it about? Oh, I've got a spillage. Oh, okay. So now it's just reminding me that we need to remember that the sun's moved into Capricorn today. I know this is moon in Capricorn, but there will be, the next new moon will be in Capricorn. And this is about inner values. Oh, there's so much water down there where I just dribbled. Wassail Brianna Silva, Wassail Henry and Ma. Oh, I can't see that when it moved. Oh, I did do you before because I went Maha, 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 beyond. So, just checking out Milan. Wassail drawing momentum to you. So, inner values, spine, joint. This is interesting. There's something coming on the new moon. Is it on the 2nd of January? Can't remember. I've got a feeling it's around the 2nd. Yeah, I know. And there was also loads of water just below on that spillage. Luckily, the card missed the water, but my feet are now a little bit wet. There's a card trying to get away, which is Moon in Cancer, which is initiations. This is an energy coming. I feel like this intimacy that was coming, this charm, this seduction is coming towards us with the new moon. It's part of the new moon frequency, and it's almost like coming home to us, because this is, as I say, it's initiations, but it's also the moon is the core energy of home, Cancer, when it's in that frequency. It's your birthday on the 2nd, Goddess of Heaven, happy birthday. I want to say that there's it's breasts and womb and stomach as well. And then we have air. It's thought editing. This is the energy of changing that philosophy that we had in the moon in Sagittarius. Oh, you see that now? That's it. You see, you got to pay attention, Russell. From that moon to this moon, you have to change your thoughts. You have to learn to allow intimacy. You have to learn to reconnect with your powers of seduction. I read a really weird story in the news today. You know how a headline can present itself as something completely different to what it turns out to be. So the story was about a woman who had her boyfriend had left, and she just didn't think anyone could love her. And she went to some party somewhere, I think back in the 80s, and she went up to this guy and she told him that he was the most beautiful man she'd ever seen. And I was thinking that this was going to be a really interesting story of her finding true love or something. And actually, she just went outside and had a shag with him on a coat because it was so cold. It's like, it's not, I don't even know why you've written that story. So I feel like we picked up this card to get, because it's got the most sexual cards and not one of them has come out, because I feel like that the energy is that the seduction frequency within us isn't yet. It's after the 6th. Oh, that one's gone ages away. And now I've got to try and get back into the hammock. Nearly fell forwards. Right, so this is interesting because let's just find the ones. When we got to the energy of inner values, it says spine, joints, knees, and hair. Flick your goddamn hair. And I thought of Pluto being in Capricorn. And there he is. So since this is the first card we've got with a sound healing, let's have a C sharp for Pluto. They're very short shorts. I told you, they're powder blue. So let's get a C sharp. I know that my voice is too strong for the microphone. So what I'm going to do is when I sing, I'm going to move back here so that I'm not so close to the microphone. Okay. That's better. I'll come back nearer to you now. Yes, actually, it's true. Pluto is Hades. I'll have another sip of water. So I feel that the spine goes through a correction because Chiron is going direct now. And so the energy of Chiron is moving towards, as I said, Algenib, the tip of the wing of Pegasus. So something about the frequency within all of us is about to soar, is about to take off. There's a lot of energy in fixed stars to do with flying creatures, air energy. Not that they don't do that every other year, but we haven't been observing it in the same way. So let's just close off this seductor. You see, that's interesting. They've jumped across. And again, we're getting that energy of today, 21. But this is Neptune. Livers, kidneys, spleen. This is the other note. This is, I get it. I've got to try and sing that C sharp while I play an E flat. You need to understand the tension between Pluto and Neptune. They're in sextile at the moment. And they've been in a bit of a long, loose sextile, don't you know, for quite a while, because they're slow movers. And we've got trine. This is an energy of ease. That's really interesting. So now I need to sing it as if it's an easy tone. It's a tone apart. It's C sharp and D sharp, or D flat and E flat. So let's give it a go. Actually, first of all, let me just play it. How do you fix the tension on your sewing machine? Do you know what? You can't. All of that stuff on sewing machines, great. I love sewing. But unless you bought a really super expensive sewing machine, they lie about tension. Everything's going fine and you're zipping around the hem of something, and right at the last minute, you just get a load of tangled stitches underneath because the tension button, it's a twisting thing. It never works properly. It's got this metal plate that moves in and out. It never works. It works for a bit, then it stops. It annoys me so much. So, sorry. So let's see if we can do this in ease, The space between the healing. It's like an ancestral healing of the spine, cleansing your livers and kidneys. Oh, I've forgotten the note now. There's a really interesting bird going. Oh, I've gone off that one with that one. I was told to put a little bit of Chiron in there. So, look, I still don't think we're getting the moment of the sexual seduction coming on, but there's something about an intimacy needed between yourself. You need to prepare your own notion of how do you become intimate with others again, because it's been a long time for many of us. So let's pop those back and let's go into another theme and see what the Egyptians have got for us. Just putting all those back in different places so no one repeats. Where have they gone? There they are. Let's put those two back and let's go on to that. It's this weird angle of this that's doing my legs in. So, way speeding up time there, Upton. Oh, look, we had 12 earlier. Now we got 21. So 21. What's 21? Convenient solution. Convenient solution. Positive end to a long journey. Yes, please. My long journey towards Canada. So, a positive end. I want to say there's an energy frequency here of letting go of stabilizers. That's interesting. Letting go of comforts, letting go of props, letting go of things that stabilize your existence. So, I don't know what deck for this. Should we go with this, the Shamanics, or the Jumanjics, as it's called here, or Odin and the Nine Realms? Dun, 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 dun. You can't hear me. The mic's still on. Sounds disappeared. I don't know why. Some people can hear me. I think it must just be our own feeds. You can't hear me, but some people can hear me. Yeah, the sound's still good for others. I think if you're having a problem, because I have got a weak signal, end the feed and start the feed again. Come back in. It's my only advice. But you can't hear me say that. Let me just type it. If you can't hear me, close the feed and restart it. There you go. Yeah, exactly. That's perfect. It's a message about restarting your systems. And that's what this is. Take your stabilizers off. So, sorry, we got halfway through and I can't remember what people said. So let me just skim back. What was the first suggestion? Mystical Shaman, Odin. Wassail Gia, you might not have heard me sing that though. Wassail Laura Kavanagh, Wassail Elizabeth, Wassail Sheila. I know you are now, Sheila. I really didn't know. Your image looks so completely different. And when I watched my video last night, you were giggling at the fact that I didn't realize it was you. And I was upset that I didn't realize it was you, to be honest. Because I love you, Sheila. So it's nice to see you. Spirit Journeys with Sheila. And I'm assuming you heard all of that. I should have realized, but yesterday or the day before, whenever it was the day before, I didn't even notice that you were a moderator. I couldn't look at the signals, the comments properly. I couldn't see them. But anyway, I'm so glad you're here. There's one about taking the stabilizers off. All spirits here to help us. I need to look at this with this. Look. Showing you, because I haven't made my mind up about it yet. What I'm getting the energy of is this frequency here matching this frequency here in terms of color. At first, this was coming across as kind of Blue Lotus, frequency of being intoxicated, being drunk, or out of an out-of-body experience, a spiritual kind of epiphany. But then it became a kind of Tiffany lamp in the image. And so, hang on, there's loads of comments and the feed's not moving upwards. So, and now I've missed Sheila's response. I'll have to go back and look later. A Tiffany lamp, an illumination, but the illumination of this lamp won't happen while you cling to stable frequencies. It's almost like the owl is challenging you to go in and do something daring. I dare you. So let's try and find out what that might be. With the shamanics, Jumangics. So, Wassail Angus, Green Eyes, LaFay. I don't think I've seen you in a live before, Angus. Wassail Kathy, Wassail Kathy. Is he almost done? No. I ain't even got started. I haven't got started. Well, I have. We've been on for an hour. Oh, Kate Blanchett's in the building. That's funny because when I saw Eliza Beth, I thought of Elizabeth I, and that was Kate Blanchett too. So what have we got? Oh, I have to put that one down there because it fell separately. So we're beginning with the Council, the Elven Ring. This is really high dimensional energy. I always say this, but this is collective energy. We are all part of the council in some way. Even if we don't know it, we are all part of the council. There is a thread of our frequency that is the Elven Ring. But the Elven Ring, for me, is a frequency where we've moved through dimensions, and as we move through dimensions, we merge with other souls, and we merge with other souls in a mirrored soul way where we have that, what we talked about earlier, that philosophical mission matches. And in the Elven Ring frequency, there's billions of souls, and there's also one voice, this energy of one understanding, one clarity, because the threads of complications have all been worked out. So this is a really important energy of the collective trying to influence us all because we're all part of the higher dimensional council. When it speaks to us, it's us speaking to us as well as everybody else speaking to us. And it's very strong frequency. So, Wassail Kathy, I'm sure I've missed loads of other people in this bit. So you're like, Wassail Soul Explorer, Wassail Henry Van Tongaloo. I like that word. Tongaloo, Tongaloo. So, I got to move my knee. That knee's got a bit of a weird energy to it. It's the angles. It's all about the angles. So, Elven Light, okay? So Kate Blanchett's in the house. Ooh, with the Jaguar. So this, I've been waiting for this card to come out while here because they actually live in this jungle around here. And they're the apex predator, but they come about karma. But they're an energy of protection. It's like, I'm really being drawn to the dark and the light. The protection, somehow our connection and our protection from the Elven Ring is enhanced with each shadow that we ingest, digest, face. There's something about that increasing. Wassail Damien Plow, Wassail Nikki too, Wassail Goddess of the Garden. Yeah, that would be a very common one, Henry, to see in ayahuasca. But there's something about how these go hand in hand, and it's also connected to that energy I've been talking about recently, where as we move into the Jupiter in Pisces from the 29th of December, there is this frequency of the spirit animal that's part of us, part of our soul, will connect with us in a new way. So we have flow. I want you to just look at those three cards together. It's like spirit is, sorry, I need to look at some numbers a minute just there. It's 14. 14 is always a divine intervention for me. So this is not happening yet. It's due. And this energy of cosmic, like Lagoon, it's like the cosmic ocean is trying to push the energy of the Jaguar to come towards us, but it's not right now. It's later at the beginning of next year. I don't know when, but it's next year. But we've got rattle. You've got to prepare the space for it. You've got to prepare the space in the seat of your soul, in your heart, in your mind, in your philosophy, your new mission to move forwards next year. You've got to make the space for the Jaguar. I'm not saying your spirit animal will be a Jaguar. It's a representation of a protective spirit. And then when you make the space, it will come. The energy, the after the rain comes the sun. After the sun comes rain. After the rain comes sun. After the sun comes rain. After the rain comes sun. Do ba didn't didn't da ba dee ba dee ba ba da da. Yeah, 212. For ages I've been saying 0, 1s, and 2s are what it's all about. 0, 1s, and 2s. Yeah. We're on the 21st of the 12th or the 12th of the 21st, depending on how you write it, 2021. So we have to make space for a protective energy of a spirit guide, an animal spirit guide who is connected to part of our soul. Let's get some more on that. Let's do that on the knee. Oh, then they fell apart. Let's do it again. Whee! Oh, it caught the hairs on my knees. So, what else do you want to tell us about then, this spirit? Oh, wind, 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 cards, wind, wind, wind. Right, so what do you want to tell us about this spirit animal that's coming towards us? It definitely happens between the 29th. Oh, it's gone ages away. The 29th, I can just about reach it. The 29th of December through to the 10th of May, because that's when Jupiter is in Pisces. We've got the moon. I feel like there's something about a transformation of mood, a completion of some kind of mood. I need more on that. This spirit animal guide. I feel like I might have to switch decks. Might have to go Rooney. Look, this elven ring energy that we're all connected to, it's upper world, it's come out. So there's a new frequency, like from, as I said before in the other reading, there's something begins on the 2nd of January when we get the new moon in Capricorn. There's some kind of new frequency that the elven ring, which is all of us, we're all connected by a thread to that elven ring. And it's, I can't express that enough, that we need to understand that. The protection that the elven ring is capable of giving us is because we're all part of it. And in that dimension, we all understand the need to protect all life. Okay. And then we've got the blade, and the blade's got the moon on it again. There's something about the blade's always a very complicated frequency because it's something that just is to do with cutting through dimensions, bringing a new energy. So, okay, you have to listen to me. I tell you what you got to do, right? You have to all I keep seeing now is things about short shorts. It's hot. You have to wear short shorts here. You have to do a thing. You have to connect to the Elven Ring every evening before bed. You have to talk to the Elven Ring, and you have to start, I want to say enforcing, because in many ways it is about enforcing. You've got to enforce your notion of the world you want next year to be, the world you want to grow, the world you want to change, this philosophical mission. So at the moment, I go to bed every night and I remind the Elven Ring that I'm grateful that each day that I wake up, I'm one stage closer to being in Canada. And I have other things that I say, you know, that I'm grateful for, and I'm thankful for being one sleep closer to. And that's what this is about. It's about a kind of, it's just, I've never read the books, but the Philip Pullman Subtle Knife is the second of his Dark Materials. There's something about this where your thoughts, because knives, swords are thoughts, they are what cut through the dimensions to bring you into another energy. And you need to work with the energy of how the moon rolls, how the mood rolls with how you communicate with Kate Blanchett. I can hear that hummingbird again. I can hear it, but I cannot see it. I've not seen one here. I keep hearing them. And that's interesting. They're saying to me, that's like, do you need to see something with your eyes to believe it's real? Or do you allow your thoughts, your connection to the upper world, to the Elven Ring, do you allow your thoughts to define your trust in the magic? Okay. Wassail Vita. So that's that one. I don't know what the next one will be about. I am going to have another little sippy of water. I tell you what's very saucy. I managed to get an extension lead, so I won't run out of energy. Well, I might, but the computer won't. I won't. I've always got too much energy. I feel like we're definitely going with Odin this time. Right, back to the walk like an Egyptians. How is everyone? Honestly, do you know, water? I love water, but unless I'm here where it's super humid and you're sweating and you feel a desperate need for only water, I find when I was in San Cristobal de las Casas, it wasn't as hot and I wasn't as sweaty, and I stopped drinking water. And it's not that I don't need the water. Wassail Diamantes. It's just here, it's essential. Don't drink anything else. I have a coffee in the morning, and then all the rest of the day it's just water. Oh, this leg's getting really uncomfortable, and I feel like I need to just shift slightly, change the angle. Wassail Sarah Sunshine. I might have said that before, but I couldn't resist it again. So what's the next theme? What's the next theme? Oh, look. 331. Or is it? Not sure. I'll show you it's 331. And then I show you it as 133. So is he walking away from her or is he walking towards her? Wassail Soul Secret Service News. What do we reckon? 313 or 3? I'll have a little look in the book. See what we get. 3 is a close female friend or mother, a sincere companion, a powerful ally. And 13, we had 21 earlier. We're definitely getting mirrors. Important news. So, is he bringing important news to the mother or the important female, or has she given him the important news and is he walking on to do something with it? So let's have a look at what you've got to say. People, beautiful people. There's a 113. I think it's 133 or 313. Walking towards her with a quick glance back. Wassail Erica. Wassail Melissa. I tell you what fascinates me about him is it's like he's got this weird reset button. What is that? What is that little magic box? Because the news is in the scroll. So he's carrying news. But there's something about the news that is an energy reset. And 13, for me, as you know, is always about flowing. I know, it does look like a walkie-talkie. And it's on a few of the other Egyptian cards. It's like there's a lot of images where they've got these weird little handbags on some... I'm never sure whether they're real or whether they've been made up on the internet. I mean, the interesting thing, if you start looking at her now, symbolically, she's holding her hand over a pot. It's as if the pot for me can represent the seat of the soul, the emotions. It can also represent putting a stop to the flow of the water bearer. What else have I got on this one? She's got an energy of South Node about her. Hidden within this frequency here, there's something of the South Node. So the space from which we come, you see, I'm now thinking that he's seen all that she had. I'm not giving them in terms of the sex of us. We're just looking at the cards. This card has seen all that this energy was somehow, and that energy is now stoppered. It's not moving. It's static. It's seated. And there's a reset button within all of us. This is almost like the two energies of us, the old us and the new us. I'm not saying that we're suddenly going to all become men. I just mean in terms of the cards. So what have you got to say on that? Wassail Najib Sabor. I have no idea why that tune came through with you, Najib, but there you go. Thine be the glory, Anyway, that's your tune for the day. Wassail Damien Plow. I think I've said that already before. Now that I've started. Wassail Fibonacci. Wassail Misty Dempsey. Wassail Pamela Alexander. I've answered you, but I didn't sing your name before. I'm absolutely sure. So it's from the what's it called? They play it last night at the proms. Fantasia on a British Sea Song is what it is. Bum bum ba bum ba ba da ba dum bum bum ba ba da ba dum bum ba bum ba da bum ba dum. So I feel this is us moving forwards. Yeah, no, I know. I can't wait to get into a snug little sexy snowsuit. Do they have short ones? Wassail Corinna Bush. Wassail Duchess. I can't read that one because it's all one word. Duchess of Elsewhere 77. Wassail Runda Monks. Wassail Ariel Darkstar. Wassail Omniadi. Wassail Stella Morris. Wassail Erica Spradlin. So, let's go Odin on this. Odin knows the answers. Right, here we have the Sonja Grace. So, we're swinging for this one. Can we please have some information on the woman sitting down? She's a destiny point of prosperity. So, Jormungandr. Oh, you see, I'm being told she represents, no, not her, but this image is representing tangled prosperity. There's prosperity, it's going back to that first message that we had. There's a point in destiny, in all of the destinies, where our prosperity, and I don't just mean money wealth, I mean spiritual wealth, it's got tangled. So it's almost like this frequency is how we've enthroned ourselves in an energy frequency, a spiritual understanding that is not the frequency we're moving to. It's old. It's rigid. That's why she's got her hand over the sacral. The seat of the soul in this card is no longer being replenished. So let's get some Odin on the Egyptian with the walkie-talkie reset button. What's going on with the man from the future who lives in the past? Come on, what's going on with this? What's going on with the reset button walkie-talkie thing? What's going on with the reset button walkie-talkie thing? 2 cards again. 1, Geffen. 2, Valkyrie. It's a lot of big feminine energies, consciousness energies, truthful energy, protection energy, primordial energy. Oh, sorry. What are you saying, Sheila? I'm on the roof in, look, I can show you. It's a kind of space above where I sleep. And these are all mango trees. I could show you, possibly. Could walk you over there. Let's come back to this in a sec. I'm going to walk you over, take you on a little tour. So I'll have to carry the microphone. I'll give you a little view of the surroundings. So here we go. Here's Can you see the mangoes? They're getting really very big. They were so tiny when I arrived. And then I'll take you, wait, let's do it like that. So here's another of the views. And then we go down here. And then this way is the most incredible big open window. Taking it, it's a bit sunny here. Might not be able to see anything. Oh, treading on sharp things. Look, there's the bird flying. Let's go back a bit. There were 3 of them. There's 2 now. They're kind of vultures. There's just that one single cloud. And now this is where it gets difficult because I'm not very good at getting into the hammock. Oh, hang on, can't get the microphone back on. There we go, we're back. So, what did you think of the view? Olga, stop it. You'll only encourage everybody. He's got legs and he knows how to use them, legs. I don't know where that song comes from, but I know so many people that sing that song. Legs, 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 legs. Yeah, it's just nice to show you the space. I only go out occasionally really from the land here to go and get food at the Legumeria. Oh, listen, I tell you, Najib, the acoustics in this whole building, they're incredible. Every single room in the house has no straight lines. So this is a long oval, and underneath where I'm sitting now is my bedroom, and at that side is my bathroom, and that's all I rent. I just have a bedroom and a bathroom here. I can go downstairs and use their kitchen to make food. And all of it's not just the acoustics as a sound because everything's curved. Like the living room is a huge, huge circle. You feel that the actual energy of every room being round just seems to wrap you up. It's really interesting to be here. And you know, the energy of the jungle is being a little bit calmer, except yesterday morning I went and bought some new coffee beans, and I wasn't very impressed with them. They were a little over roasted for me, but they're local, so you know, I want to drink local coffee because it's grown in this area. And I made my first coffee in the morning when I woke up, and I put it down on the step where I was sitting outside, and I just ignored the coffee for about 2 minutes. And when I turned back, I've never seen so many ants. My whole cup was completely covered in ants. And what was fascinating was because I'd been foaming rice milk. And somehow the physics of rice milk is a problem. You watch all these ants carry enormous stones, and it's weird. I see them carrying so many huge objects. And they were all just completely floored by the physics of rice milk bubbles. They were all sort of being caught in the bubbles and unable to move. But you just, it's interesting. Everywhere I'm traveling, there's always a new energetic challenge, and you have to adapt. So if I was stressed by the ants, they're going to keep stressing me. If I just accept that they're there, I mean, look, I blew them all off the carp. I lifted all the ants out of the foam and put them on the ground. Whether they live or die, I can't fix that. They went in the foam, but I still drank the coffee. Just thought, I'm being challenged to see if I can do this, if I can take something which has been covered in a creature that we shouldn't really want and just drink it. And I drank it. Anyway, we're going back to this energy. Yeah, I don't understand why they like coffee. It's so weird. I did pick up on an energy though, because I had army ants. They're really big ones that came in my room a couple of days after I arrived, and they were quite disturbing because they were coming through a window frame. The window was shut, but they were still finding a way in, and they're relentless. And that was quite difficult. I had to leave the room until they'd gone away, but I left Palo Santo oil and they seemed to not like that, so they left. But I was thinking about how the people that used to live in this region, the Mayans, they didn't have fridges to hide all of their stuff in. So much of what they would have consumed would have been crawling in animals, insects and critters. And actually in San Cristobal de los Casas, they sell insects in little wicker baskets, and you can buy them and squeeze a little bit of lime juice on. It's not my idea of fun. But I understand why they would have been eating insects, because there's an abundance of insects. And in many ways, it's no different to in the 1700s in Britain, cheese that was made, cheddar cheeses, people didn't want to eat it unless they could see the cheese mites. So cheddar cheese needs these little tiny critters that help to create the cheese. And then they kind of wash them all off, blast them off with water, and then sell you the cheese without the mites anymore, because people can't deal with it. But years ago, it was important for people to see the cheese mites on the cheese. Yeah, I often think they probably did. The other thing I wondered whether they did as well, Abdul, was whether they just ate from the trees and from the plants around them at that point, and you didn't bother to store food. You know, you took what you needed when you needed it. Because there's a nopal cactus in the garden here, and the host who was making some food the other day, she asked me if I wanted some, and I wasn't fully sure of what the word was. And we went out and looked, and it's, you know, it's a cactus. And so that day when she was making something, she just went out and picked pieces of the cactus that were tender and shaved all the thorns off them, cut them off, and then cooked it. It was delicious. I really enjoyed it. Couldn't work out what it tasted like though. Reminded me of something like marrow, but a little bit more flavorful. So this reset is bathed in consciousness. It's like it is a consciousness. Yeah, it was my first time of trying the Mexican cactus. I thought it was a cactus drink when I first had it, but actually there's a drink called chalaya, and that's made with a tree spinach, which is a tree that has a beautiful spinach, and there's an image of it on my Instagram page. I love that drink, but it's only a Yucatan drink. They don't serve it here. And I don't know whether Olga's still here, but there's a drink in Peru which I love, which is called chicha moriba. and it's made with purple maize and pineapple juice. And Olga made some at home, and it was gorgeous. And that they sell everywhere, all over Peru. I'd love to find that here, but I can't even find purple maize. So, this consciousness energy, I want to tell a story, but I'm not sure why, which is a dark story about the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie are the daughters of the Norn. They decide the fates of humans in battle. They decide to, yes. Olga's got some. Chichamarada. I needed to see it written again so I can remember how to say it. Chichamarada. Seriously, people, go to Peru and drink chichamarada. It's so beautiful. It's a dark purple, ice cold drink. And Olga's very good at making it. I also want to make some taco here. I wanted to show the host taco, so I'm going to have a go at that one day, which is another Peruvian dish that Olga makes very beautifully. So, Geffen and the Valkyrie. The story of the Valkyrie is about how they were caught once weaving the entrails of the dead warriors into a tapestry to decide to read the future. I feel like I need more information on each of these cards. Listen, I'm telling you, people, we need to get Olga. We need to get Olga where she can cook for us. You know, Olga, she'll be doing food, and all of a sudden she just go, I just made these 7 salsas. And they're all delicious. Right, so, first of all, Geffen. Geffen. There's nothing coming out because I need the runes. My runes. Well, they're not mine. They're everyone's. But what I mean is, it's not the deck that was made by Sonja. So, interesting. We've got the World Serpent card with the Cosmic Ocean. Yeah, I think we should all fit together in a yurt in Canada. Be in the warm weather. I don't mind a yurt if we can have a fire in it. Wassail Misty Dempsey. I've already said hello, but... Right, what is this energy of Geffen about? Because the other side was easy. The other side was an entangledness, being stuck, being bound. Oh, it is a reset button. Geffen, reset the Gununga gap. It's like go back to the start of everything. Oh yeah, people, you can send me tips on PayPal me /rustling around, and they're gratefully received. Exceedingly gratefully received, as you will learn if you go back to the beginning of this reading and see that frequency I talked about. Learning to receive gifts. So, and I am grateful with all my gifts, and I read the comments and I thank the person out loud, but I don't write back to everybody. So, Gununga Gap, the void, the seed, and look, Flursa. So, from 0 to 13, and I've lost the card. What have I done with him? I don't know what I've done with him. He's vanished. That's too weird. Did he blow away when we went around the building for a walk? He is 13. Well, that's too weird. Talk among yourselves for a minute while I look for Mr. Walkie-Talkie Reset Man. Maybe he was, excuse me 1 minute, I'm just going to lift the computer. There he is. So, yeah, he did. He was in the void. So, it's kind of beautiful because 6 and 7 is 13. And so we've got 13, 0, 13. But it's this notion with Flusser of the frequency of, I want to say, because it's about first blood, it often represents a girl having her first menstrual cycle. But in this respect, it's about the energy of Isa, the beingness. Oh, the wind! It's lifting up the towel that's holding all the cards down. I'm going to put the bowl on it. The Isa energy and the frequency of the world. It's like you have to bring in a new flow, a new Flusser frequency to the world. But you've got to seek it from within the Ginunga gap. This is the button. This is pressing something that resets your world. Now we need to look at what the Valkyrie means. Oh, it's getting really windy up here. So, I've now lost the cards. Here they are. So that was guessing. The truth is, we need a reset. Come on, the Valkyrie. What are they up to? What are the Valkyrie up to? Bum bum ba bum 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 ba bum bum bum. I've got wind, bliss. I just stick that under there so it can't blow away. Yo-ho to ho, yip yo-ho to ho, yip. Oh, look, this is interesting. I feel like they're warrior women armed. Got their spears out. It's a trove. It's like the Valkyrie are part of the energy of the reset. Being that tapestry, that woven thing. There's 2 Ginunga gaps here. So and then you have the energy of Gifu across the middle, which is the energy of coming into union or being gifted with something. But this is Gar, this is spear, this is a trove, this is Odin's spear. And it's like you have to make a troth to yourself that it is truly time to reset your frequencies as we move forwards now. You know, you can, hang on, let's get the card up. You can continue to sit enthroned in your life as was, as is, that's become complicated, that no longer has Flusser. It no longer flows because the sacral is being blocked, or you can choose to step up and reset and walk away from this energy. So that's interesting. It was 313. So that's that sense of balance, 313, coming into a balance, and also 13-0-13. And this is 3-3. And we were talking about earlier how there were so many energies of 1s, 0s, and 2s. And now we're moving into the energy of 0-1-3. it's like there's an energy somehow of 013 is a frequency that avoids the partnership of others. It's a more intimate frequency, and yet intimacy earlier was 12. I'm telling you, 13 just never leaves me alone. I love a 13. Oh, this leg. It's just this edge of the hammock. I think I set the angle wrong. So let's pop those back. And I'm just going to say, is there out there any questions you'd like me to ask the cards? I prefer, if I'm honest, if they're not too personal, but more about maybe collective things, but I ain't going to complain. I will look up in a minute. I'm just gathering cards. Oh, Arrival of the Ants. That was a piece of music I was thinking about the other day. The Arrival of the Queen of Sheba by Handel. I didn't listen to it. I just remembered it. Mr. Guy Pearson, the Divine Masculine. Actually, the Divine Masculine was in the full moon reading. I didn't talk about it so much as about the Divine Masculine, but it was about the fact that within the two cosmic eggs that contain the Castor and Pollux, there's also Helena of Troy and Clytemnestra, and they represent one being the sort of raw masculine, raw feminine, and the other being the divine masculine and divine feminine. So about things coming into a form of balance at the moment. But I can ask about it. Guidance on the self-reset. Right, let's just ask a question first of all about the divine masculine. I think I'll use the Thoth. Yeah, there were four. This idea of a quartet. What are they called? Quadruplets? Yeah, quadruplets. Four becoming one. So the divine masculine. The divine masculine, please. Two cards. Oh, look, it is the divine masculine. The divine masculine is created, is formed, is edited into our being through thoughts. The divine masculine is not physical. The divine masculine is when we align our thoughts and we use this energy, because he takes flight through thoughts. So that's a gorgeous bird noise. So taking off, being birds really loud. That made it think. So it's like you have to combine the four elements. Also, the raw masculine was much more of a frequency that was relevant in Earth epoch, and Air epoch brings change of thoughts. And so this frequency of being zen with your thoughts is what will, I'm also getting that energy of 29th of January is when Chiron reaches the fixed star. And originally centaurs were considered to be humans riding horses. And so there's something about on the 29th at 9 degrees 9 minutes, Chiron will have going to an exact conjunction in Aries with Alchemy. Oh, there's the hummingbird, people. I know you didn't see it, but it just appeared in the tree. That's the first one I've seen. That's really nice to have on the Divine Masculinity card. The first appearance of true heart frequency. And then what's the other card? Look, what could be more divine masculine than to take off and to have the veils lifted, because she carries, this high priestess, an energy of a net. And in some forms, it looks as though she's casting a net. And other times it looks as though she's taking the net away to give freedom. And I'm always drawn on this card to the white camel, which represents nourishment. So by connecting with the divine masculine, there is this sense, oh, sorry, I just need to look at something. I have to take my glasses off to see the details. There's something about the odds being shortened on understanding how to be more emotional in the divine masculine energy. It feels very much like an energy that's been lost, is what I'm getting. It's like a treasure trove that has yet to be opened. But it's definitely got a connection to do the 29th of January, when Chiron will go into an exact conjunction with Alchemy, which is, sorry, I didn't finish saying that, I got carried away, which is the energy of the tip of the wing of Pegasus. So it's like the energy of the divine masculine will begin to take flight at that point. That's lovely. And look, really lovely, Guy, that the hummingbird, I've not seen one. I've heard one over and over again. I've not seen one since I've been here, and I've been here 2 weeks. Appeared during that reading. So that was our subject, how to fix the reset button, or how to press the reset button. I'm going to ask the Egyptians about that. Wassail Divine Leo. I love the fact that you got the moons into the triple goddess energy there. I'm not sure how you did that, but it's very nice. It's the head of Mary the Jewess to me now. So, how do we set that frequency? 22. How do we set it? 22. In the year 22, I said after the second of the 1st, 2022. Maybe that's the day we hit the reset button with the new moon in Capricorn. So let's just see what 22 is. You're not going to like this one, Penelope. It says it's common sense. It's common sense. You should just know. Be pragmatic. Just know. Hit that switch. What is that switch? I'm being shown an energy of secret language. And I hate things like that. So I'm like, right, you have to tell me. So, Ant, get off me deck. So, I'm going to ask the Alchemy deck, the Alchemy of Astrology, for the answer. So, here we go. Right. What's the secret language? What's the code? What are you hiding from us? And why are the cards glowing far away underneath me? It's so interesting. I had this conversation with my friend this morning, and it's come up as a kind of reference. Look, we're on 13 frequency, but 31. We're being given Eris, Sacred Rage. What's the key? What's the code? It's to understand rage, to understand anger, to understand arrogance, to understand what's worth fighting for and what isn't. It's like being enthroned is too fixed. And it's interesting because the next card is Taurus, and Taurus is fixed earth. And it's this energy of to thicken, congelation. And this is when something becomes more solid. And so it's a sense of misplaced anger. So you can sit enthroned in that energy that we saw earlier, and you can just allow your anger to be enraged. Or you could have a sacred rage with yourself for congelating too much, for not changing, for being too rigid, for being immovable. Like if I threw you out the chair, you still wouldn't move. If I turned the chair upside down, you'd be stuck to it. And it's saying that, you see, I didn't even see that before. So Eris is 31. I said it's 13 frequency. It's here with Ophiuchus, which is 13. So this is the bolt from the blue. We've just come out of official Ophiuchus season on the 17th of December. But the point for me is that Ophiuchus isn't really the 29th of November to the 17th of December. For me, Ophiuchus is a moment that reaches out to us. It's the cosmic serpent. It's the energy of challenging yourself to be annoyed with yourself for your fixedness, to see the rigidity, even though you're sitting in the energy of 213s, which is fluidity. It's like it's challenging you to see that you think you're in 13 when you're actually in 12. And that's what that little 2 is just bringing in. Because look, 31, so you get 1, 2, because that was the middle card. And then you kind of get 2, 1. You get this moment where this is, between these two cards, it becomes today the eclipse and the solstice energy of 12 being December and then 21. But really, the energy you're meant to be in is this flow, this energy of a cosmic snake that's reaching down for you to offer you the chance to plug into the new song lines. We were at song lines earlier. The song lines around us are changing. That's really interesting. Oh, spring water. I want some water. It's not quite spring water, but it's gone really calm here now. Like that little bit of sacred rage in nature of the winds died down. Lovely. So, any more? Any old questions? Any old questions? No more questions. Oh, look, 133. Oh, it went to 134 as I said it, but it was 133 when we were just dealing with all those ones and threes. Are there new people being awakened? I would just answer that and say yes, but there's going to be a lot more awakening as we come forwards. Is Othicus the ether element? I think it's part of a kind of 14 frequency. I know I don't talk about that often. It's like the cosmic serpent is the energy of hyperconsciousness, I think. And it's a snake bearer and snake charmer, and it's an energy that comes down from the universe close to the galactic center in Sagittarius of the cosmos. And it's an opportunity. It's not a guarantee. You have to engage with the cosmic serpent, which is Ophicus, but it's usually offering you, as I say, a thread of consciousness of, and I always think of it as being a sort of silvery light compared to the kind of golden light of the earth serpent. But the earth serpent is renewing, it's shedding its skin of old, and it's creating a new skin. Yeah, I think there is a huge awakening coming. I think there's a really big frequency of collective consciousness changed. Does the solstice tonight change things? Always. Solstices always change things. What's very interesting about this one is because recently the nodes have been in Sagittarius and Gemini, it's put the eclipses on top of the solstices. And that will change from the 19th of January. So from next year, the energy of the nodes will move into Taurus and Scorpio. So it pulls the eclipses slightly further away. So it doesn't mean like the total solar, the solar eclipse we had on the 4th was a new moon that leads us directly into this full moon. It's still the same cycle that contains the energy of the solstice. So it's much more amplified. Anything you need to do specifically? I would say, I'm not going to ask the cards on that. I would say you need to prepare yourself before sleep, and you need to call out to the ancestors, because tonight is the moment when the veil is at its thinnest. And tonight is the moment when you really need to reach out to the ancestors and ask them to talk to you and remind them it's your astral portal now, not theirs. So you say to them, I'd welcome messages from you through my astral portal that was once theirs, but isn't theirs anymore. Trouble is, they are a bit mercurial in many ways. That's why you need to ask them to come through this evening to give you honest help. Yeah, that's exactly it, Wild Wolfwoman. We do have to deal with our Earth epoch disasters and traumas and fears because they don't belong in the future, and we need to understand how to release them. Yeah, there really is an energy, because we now, with this solstice, remember, is the first anniversary of the great mutation from Earth epoch to Air epoch. And Earth epoch's been really stirred up by the swords of the air epoch going in and just carving up the land, whereas before the earth couldn't penetrate the land. And it also means that when earth is no longer the dominant energy, if you throw loads and loads of water over fire and passions, new ideas, it puts out the passions. And if you throw loads of soil into clear water, it muddies the emotions. So we've been living through a 200-year period where emotions have been muddied and ideas have been suppressed. So now we're in air. When you blow air on a flame, on a new idea, it burns more brightly. And the air will also, because the earth is now dropping in its power, the emotions begin to clear. And as the air blows over water, it pushes the water forwards and creates new waves. So there's wonderful new energy coming. Yes, thanks, Sheila. You can send donations to me only if you've got the money to do so, because I trust in the flow of the universe and I believe that I get sent everything I need. But if you're one of the people that have that ability to send me some tips, it's PayPal me/rustling around. So what else do we have? Yeah, it's good to do a ritual, but really your rituals on solstice should be about the dream world, because it is when your ancestors come through. So, and the thing is, it's all very well to remember your ancestors, but some of the ancestors, you won't know them. So I love it when Reem always says ancestors known and unknown. I think that's a really important phrase to say out loud, to give thanks to them, because they've all been through that portal that you're using at different points in their life. So shall we just do, since you're not posing me many questions that need the cards, shall we just get the cards and just ask for yet one final theme and see what comes up? Well, I'm saying that I'm going to do it anyway. Yes, you do ask to receive through your portal, but the thing is, I do get the sense that the ancestors still think it's their portal. And I don't mean that the ancestors are necessarily there. Many of them have moved on, been reborn, have new lives, might be in spirit, working with you. The point is there are echoes of the energies of ancestors in that portal, because during their lives, it's like a kind of inherited portal. And it's got many rooms, many spaces, and they've used it, you've used it, but they've left their memories in there. And sometimes we just need to go through. I mean, I've recently, since I've been trying to do my astral cleaning, I keep having dreams where I go into spaces and there's loads and loads of people who are complete strangers to me, they're ancestors, and they've all got a bed in this space that's now my astral portal. And when I try and ask them questions, they misguide me, because to them it's still their portal, because it's not them, it's an echoed memory of them. And so there is something about trying to go in and clean up your ancestral house. So we just wait for a card to drop or pop, and we'll see what the theme is. Oh, it's gone over there. It's the same one. I'm not going to accept this one, but I'm just going to show you it because it's the 13. It's the, oh, go on then. It's sexual intimacy, seduction. We didn't get a proper answer right anyway the first time, so let's see what we get. Seduction, because we got all excited, didn't we, Penelope, earlier? And I picked up the deck and it didn't give me anything. I'm going to pick up the same deck again. Or should I use a different one? It's just that there are more images and messages in this deck of sexuality than in any of the other decks. It's kind of a bit of a subject that many decks shy away from. Because somehow there's a sort of sense so often that in the world of spirit and spirituality, the sexuality has no place. Sex has a place everywhere. It just needs to be, you know, the right version of sex. So do you have a message on this energy that has come back of seduction? Seduction. Come on. We're not getting anything yet. Seduction. I'm not taking these because they didn't come out. I'm just showing you them. Lunar eclipse. That's got the frequency of dark, seducing night times and the inextinguishable energy of copulation, of the energy of sex. But that's not the message, obviously. It's gone dark. Lighten up, people. I have to keep swinging forwards or it gets dark. Why are we not getting a message here? Does it need a different deck? Come on. You got all them sexy cards in there. Give us a message. We got two. You see, it's interesting. We've got philosophical mission again. You don't get this sexual intimacy until you change your thoughts, till you change your approach to life, till you shoot in a different direction is what I'm hearing. And we've got quincunx. Just be careful how you say it. This is to be at odds with something and not be speaking. Because all over the world, we are at odds. We're not speaking properly with each other in the real physical world. So I'm going to change decks and I'm going to ask what needs to be done about this. I'm going to go with the runes. So what needs to be done about this? How do we change this? How do we change our relationship with others? How do we change our relationship with others? How do we change our relationship with others? Now, that's too many. That just came out as a big block. I've got two down there. How do we change our relationship with others? How do we reach this change? Right, we've got three. It's so interesting. So it begins with horse, move. And I mean move your mind, move your thoughts, change your mission. You have to make space in your heart. That was the energy with Kate Blanchett. You have to make space for what's coming in. And then we have fair. Oh, what number is that? 19. Fair. This is the fire, the aether life. This is the new frequency, kind of in that energy that we just saw in Vesta. Magnesium, when it burns, is inextinguishable. The energy of passion, of life, is inextinguishable. It will always find a way to come through. And so it's almost, I'm being shown this is almost a branded frequency in our souls. It's there within all of us. It's almost like we have to stop denying the truth of the aether passion, the desire to be alive, the desire to engage in life, the desire to expand, the desire to grow is in every cell of our being, is what I'm hearing. And then Wassail Seagull, they're back. The elven light, the joy, the pleasure. And what's this add up to? 13. The flow is coming. I just need to get in there. It started with 31. Turning your life around to 13. Turning around that energy, but you can't turn it around until you found it within yourself. It's almost like we're looking for the code that shows us all that in every cell of our body is a desire to be alive, to be living, to be fearless, is in every cell of our body, but we have to find it and turn it outwards rather than inwards. And that's this philosophical mission, changing our thoughts. It's a very similar message all the time. It's down to us to make the changes. Oh, perfect. Look, 1 + 9 + 3 + 0 is 13. We just can't avoid the fact that we're moving from 12 frequency, the rigidity, the enthroned frequency, to something that's flurser, that flows. And flurser was another one that added to 13. We're really getting that energy throughout this whole solstice. Yeah, it's the 12 of, the 21st of the 12th, but we're now shifting past that into a new energy of 13. So, anything else? I feel like I need to ring Neptune's bell. Yeah, it's a horsey solstice. It's also a Chiron solstice and a Chariklo. It's a centaur solstice, but it's also Pegasus. This energy that we're receiving now is moving us towards taking off with wings. Oh, thanks, Kathy. I love doing these. What I love about it is I have no idea what's going to come out of my mouth. I just sit down, I throw the cards, and I just let the messages unfold. So I feel like before I end, I just want to go back to, let's just put these runes in the right place. I just want to have a Shamanics and an Odin, just to see what it brings. What does it bring? What does it bring? What does it bring? I kind of know what the message is going to be already, but I'm going to let them do it. Mystical Shaman on the bottom. So, because you see, the trouble is, I kind of go, look, we've been on nearly 2.5 hours, and there are some people who, when they've seen a live, because they weren't in here having fun with us all and chit-chatting, there's people that write to me and say, yeah, much as I love you, I can't listen to you for that long. And I just think, don't be so ungrateful and say that. Just ignore it. If you can't listen, that's your choice. You don't need to tell me to try and dictate that I do short messages. We're having a nice time in here. I'm on a hammock. Why would I want to go anywhere else? Do you have an idea of when you might put up the astral decks on your website? No, the only because I haven't finished putting the words on them. What I'm doing with the astrology, the alchemy of astrology, I'm trying to provide a front image of each card, and then I'm doing a separate document which you can print onto the back of the cards, so that because I want them to have a kind of energy around them of learning about astrology as well, because they're a little bit harder to kind of read in many ways. And I've still got to finish deciding how the alchemy of the asteroids works. So I'm still playing with them, but they will be as soon as I can get it done. Because I want them out there. I want to see you all playing with them. So what do we have here? Taming the wind, changing the direction. But because it's 5/5, this is the frequency of working through the astral. Wind's picking up now. Wassail Michael Chris, or Michelle Chris. I am in a kind of a pod. It's a house that the mango farmer built himself, and all the rooms around and above my bedroom, there's a little staircase, and I can come up and I can sit in this room, which is lovely. Actually, now that I've sat on this hammock for the first time, I might use this as a space to just sit on the hammock and reply to messages. It is like being in a really strange treehouse. Earlier in the video, I took you on a little tour of the space. You can see, because opposite me, there's a huge opening, not like the back with the windows. So, I'm shuffling again. Did I just show you a card and forget? Oh, yeah, it's there, Taming of the Wind. I want another one to go with it. Taming of the Wind. What else? What else? Sacrifice. Let go. It's the same message. What's gone underneath me? Right, it is repeating the same message. So the message of the solstice is tame the wind, calm down your energies and observe yourself. And then look at yourself. Look right at yourself and work out, what do you need to transform? And this is 55 and 44. And it ends with 46. Shed the skins that you don't need. Shed the skins that were earth epoch. Shed the energies that are not going to assist you in the beauty of that elven light frequency that's coming, that 13 frequency. What are the fixtures of your life that are rigid? So that's 10, 18, 28. It's a completion and a new beginning. Is that right? Yeah. I mean, there's also this energy of a Jupiter healing taking place within the middle of this. So this is definitely to do with this period from the 29th of December to the 10th of May, which is the wish card. It's when Jupiter moves into Pisces and goes into rulership with Neptune, who's also in Pisces, and they're brothers. And Jupiter will pass and conjunct Neptune on the 12th of April. And there's this really wonderful energy coming from that. Oh, wassail, Miss Mary Berry. I always want to say, I wish you a merry, berry Christmas because of your name. So bottom of the deck is the fourth four. It's the beauty way. It's the energy of the transformation that's coming during this wish card season. And I would call it a wish card season because, as I say, Jupiter is, the wish card rather, the 9 of cups, is Jupiter in Pisces. And he's going to be in there for 4 months and a bit. So it's like we all have to know that that's coming in. This frequency of like bliss in the sacral, and we had the bliss card earlier, we're being offered a chance to rewrite the future to our own joy, to our own bliss. And it's a 4-month period. So if we hold on to that energy, life will be a lot better. So now, just to end, Odin. Odin, 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 Odin. Right, Odin. What would you like to say to the people on this solstice as your final little... Oh, that's so weird. That was on the split. Shadows. And he was saying, your shadows make a new day. What would you like to say? What would you like to say? That came from the bottom and just managed to work its way all the way to the top. Right, that needs a third card. It's Heimdall. Fanfare. What's the fanfare for the common man? That might be important. Aaron Copeland. Aaron Copeland. Aaron Copeland. Aaron Copeland, fanfare for the common man. Maybe that's the whole point. It's the fanfare for the collective. Because we've had a lot of Elven light energy. And 13 is definitely an energy of flowing and connecting rather than, because 13 frequency is Vanahamir rather than Asgard. Asgard's 12 frequency, Asgard's walls. And it's much more the energy 13 of Sadir magic, Vanahamir. I'm not getting a card, but I'm really expecting Vanahamir to appear. Because that's how it should end. It should end with a little bit of Sadir 13 frequency magic. That wasn't it. I don't know what it was. May have been the sun. It was the sun, life force, but then the card of magic did come out, the Volva. So what do we have? From the dark of the solstice, in the night, in the shadows tonight with the ancestors, the Bilrost, the Bifrost bridge, that is your connection between the astral and your seat at home in the 3D world. There is a new overture being created today, tonight, in the dark of the dark. And then the sun returns 3 days later and life will take on new magic. It's actually very, very beautiful. Yes, you did. Yeah, my harem of moderators. I tell you, there's a film called Kismet. It's gonna be dark. Light, please. There's a film called Kismet, and there's a couple of really good songs in the harem in there. One is called Rahad Lachum, which is about a kind of Turkish delight made from kumquat rind that's used to seduce men. And this wonderful woman called Dolores Gray sings it. But the other song that's worth seeing that she sings is this fabulous backhanded compliment love song, which is called Bored. It's Howard Keel. He plays the poet that she's in love with, and she's the wife of wives of the wazir. But she sings a song called Bored, and how life in this harem is completely boring until Howard Keel appears, and suddenly her whole life lifts, even though what she's up to would be seen as immoral. Maybe that's the message that we were struggling with, that you've got to let go of the idea that the being a seducer has an immorality attached to it, when really it's the poetry of love. Hooray! Quebec in Canada. I'm coming to Quebec. I've been to Quebec before. I'm coming again because I need to lie down underneath a maple syrup tree and just suck all the insides out of it. I need maple syrup. I'm dying without maple syrup. Yeah, I enjoyed that today, people. I might do one before Christmas, but I definitely think on Christmas Day, I'll come up here and we can have a little play. It'll be fun. And I know it's not how maple, I know it's not how they work, but I just have this fantasy of tapping the raw juice and drinking it before it's been cooked and thickened. You know, I want to suckle a maple tree, Sheila. And they're all in Quebec. I know, Olga, it is so good, especially in lollipops. No, I just like it. You know, people have like maple syrup for ice cream. If I've got a bowl of maple syrup in the fridge, I'm just like, I'll just drink a bit of that now. When I came back from Canada, from Quebec, in the airport, there was a maple syrup shop and it sold maple syrup, butter, maple syrup, spread. Everything was maple syrup. And I think I bought one of everything. It was so expensive. But I was just like, when else will I get a chance? Because I didn't know I was coming back to Canada this year, Write the name of the film, please. I mean, which film? I get so confused when I'm chit-chatting. I may have just completely lost it. Oh, Kismet. Yes, sorry. It's Kismet. It's a very old musical film. It's set in Baghdad. And it has the most fabulous song. Again, Dolores Gray is amazing. She sings, Baghdad, don't underestimate Baghdad. It's they're all famous tunes by, I want to say Mussorgsky, but I could be wrong. Borodin, plots and dances, and they're all done with a 1950s swing band. It's a really fun film. And it's got some great tunes in it. It's got things like Take My Hand, I'm a Stranger in Paradise, and baubles, bangles, bright shiny things, ding-a-linger. But my favourite song is Bored. Bored by the night and the day am I, seldom gay am I. I'm not that. Without you. It's a gorgeous song. Thank you, empowering the collective wassail to you. It's a little bit cooler here now, but you might not have been asking me that. You might have been talking to someone else. Yeah, Stranger in Paradise is a fabulous song. Take my hand, I'm a stranger in paradise, all lost in a wonderland, don't know the next words. Yeah, tapping maple trees, so important to me. It's a really fun musical, it really is. You know, there's the Three Princesses of Ababu when she sings the Baghdad song are fabulous, and one of them, I'm sure, is Lucy Liu's mother. Goddess Dragon Tarot Clan, mwah, mwah, mwah. Goddess Girl Wassail. I'm just kind of like on my hammock now. I know, exactly. I had a joke the other day with Cindy, and I was saying how I was born at a time when the medical world and said that basically it was much better to give kids powdered milk than to breastfeed them. So I was never breastfed, and I said my fantasy is to be suckled or to suckle on a maple tree to make up for the lack of being suckled as a child. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know whether in other countries, but in Britain, they sell birch water, which is the sap of the birch tree. I'm not so sure it's a good idea because, you know, anything commercialized means they're pulling the life out of the trees. Maybe they're doing it thoughtfully. But you know what? I loved it. I love tree juice. I just do. It's like, you know, filling yourself up with personal Yggdrasil lubrication. I'd love a garden with trees with taps on, and you could just turn the tap and fill your glass with a little bit of tree sap. Yeah, you can tap silver birch. That's what they were, silver birch trees. You see, as soon as I see the word silver birch, I think of a Canadian song. Land of the silver birch, home of the beaver, where still the mighty moose wanders at will. Blue lake and rocky shore, I will return once more. Just can't help it. I love that tune. We learned that at school when I was very young, and it never left my head. See, because I always knew I was going to be there. Viva España. I love a silver birch. They're so beautiful. There was a beautiful, along the A21 where I used to live, there was a wonderful forest of silver birch. And they decided they needed to expand the road, so they cut them all down. And it makes me really sad when they do things like that. Yep, there's goddess trees with their memories. Yeah, Viva Mexico, Olga, exactly. I don't know why you're not here with me, Olga. Come to Mexico. Oh, yes. What's the Vermont song? Moonlight in Vermont? Is it Moonlight in Vermont? I also want to see a Canadian autumn. I want to see all those colors, because I'm an autumn baby. All my planets are in autumn months. Kind of Virgo, Libra, and Scorpio. It's very autumnal. Pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. It's funny how immediately you can, the little drum boy, I didn't see the word little drum boy, but you just know, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Oh, I love that drawing momentum. I love the idea of a dragon flying and spewing, lactating over the world. In Georgian Bay. I like the idea. Is it got Georgian houses? Because I do like the idea of old houses. Yeah, I will come to California at some point, but I can't come to California until I can kind of have some kind of amount of money, because I can't be doing with earning money it's very difficult to come to America and earn money. So I'd have to have some money behind me before coming so that I could carry on doing my readings and not need to rely on donations, because you can't do that in America. But that'll happen. I have to come to California because I feel like I've always been called there. Unfortunately, I mean, I'm not doing any political readings at the moment. Because I've been constantly, when I've been looking into the energies of certain things going on in the world, the cards keep saying to me, witness. And so I've learned at the moment to just leave that energy alone, because they're not simple solutions. And there's very much different energies going on between those kind of frequencies politically in different countries in different ways. Everything's changing and turning and twisting in many ways, different ways, many different ways. Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, I want to go all over America, but the problem is that I have to have money behind me to do that, because, as I said, I can't earn while I'm in the United States. You can only visit. Wassail Bridget, Wassail Sayasame, Wassail Jambuli. That's the thing. I mean, the cards won't tell me at the moment. It's not that I'm unable to find predictions. The cards at the moment only want to speak to me through the grander messages of what the cosmos is trying to bring to us personally and collectively. And the energy that I get most of the time is that regardless of the politics that are taking place in different countries, everything's exactly as the cosmos intended it to be. And knowing the direction that each country is going to take won't change it. It's about us learning to witness something. And that's annoying for me, because I'm nosy. I have to always dig in at the cards. Yes, I have been to the USA. I've been to Miami. Although I said that to someone the other day and they said that's not the USA. I went to a party for a billionairess that I was working for, teaching her to sing. And it was on Star Island, where Gloria Estefan lives, or Gloria Estefan. And it was amazing. I had a fun time there on the beach. Just going to really swanky, expensive places that they'd hired. I was only there for 3 days. Yeah, Yeti Girl, I don't mind throwing one on conjunction of Saturn square Uranus, but the Venus conjunction with Pluto is covered in the reading that I did with Cindy, which was all about that. It was about all 3 of the conjunctions. Because the second one is on, as you say, on Christmas Day, and it lasts until the 28th. But it's interesting that Venus is in control of that frequency in many ways, because she's blocking out the rest of all the bad boys, all the big boys are all being held back, while the energy of the 3 retrograde female frequencies are around the Earth. And then the 3rd retrograde is something like the 7th or the 10th of March. I think it's the 10th. There's something else on the 7th. So, what are we looking at? I've forgotten. It's the square of Uranus, Saturn square Uranus. Saturn square Uranus on Christmas Eve. So I'll get one for Saturn and one for Uranus, Gaia. And she's still retrograding until the 19th of January. Saturn's got the energy of many paths, like there's a whole series of options opening. And Gaia Uranus, oh, it's gone a long way. Oh, mystical shaman. So initially, there's a kind of energy within Saturn of the missing or the coming frequency, the energy of a new, I want to say like a new soul, a new Saturn rising, but a Saturn coming through with heart. And then there's something about the mystical shaman, this smoke that's coming out from the mystical shaman as Gaia frequency is like, it's like the energy, it's like Saturn can't take its new pathway until it reaches into the heart of each of us, because there's a heart in the middle that's forming. And then the mystical shaman is blowing a frequency of smudge smoke to purify, to sort of, there's something Neptunian about this influence as well. It's about some kind of journey. There's a slow energy. This is not moving fast. It's almost, it's like the face, the voice, the future words, the future, it's almost like Galdir magic. It's almost like the phrase that Uranus has yet to give form to Saturn on is only just beginning. It's been spoken, it's been whispered, but it hasn't reached the ears of Saturn. So let's just add some other cards on that. Sorry, someone said something. I started reading it, then the thing jumped. I couldn't read it. And it's not relevant, but I wanted to know what it said. Something about Star Island not being on the United States. I only went on the parties on Star Island. I was staying on some posh Miami beach. So, this Galdier frequency from Gaia to Saturn. This is definitely not an energy from Saturn to Gaia. This is an energy of Gaia to Saturn, Uranus to Saturn. No, I'm sure it isn't the real people. It felt like the fakest, weirdest place I'd ever been to in my life. It was just nice to be there. So it began with the King of Wands. It's this energy of a brilliant new idea, but it's not there yet. It's coming out of Gaia, Uranus. It's coming out Uranus. It's a new idea. It's very interesting. It's like there's two frequencies: 3 of Swords, 2 of Swords, pain or peace, pain or peace. And I feel like Saturn's in pain. And this energy coming towards is peace. But the frequency we have in the middle is us. Is us as an individual. Each of us we have to square our own selves with the changes that Uranus is bringing to Saturn. And we have to be able to hear that frequency and shine that frequency. But it's definitely coming out Uranus. So sorry. It never fails. I know that's why lots of people say Uranus, but it's Uranus. That's why I call it Gaia, though, because it's the frequency, it's grandmother frequency. Because, you know, Gaia and Uranus birth all the other pantheon of gods. I'm getting this energy that's got something to do with, although we talked about the conjunction of Venus, Venus is coming at some point to meet with Saturn. She will conjunct Saturn. But Venus is doing an unusually long stay in Capricorn. And I feel like that's just worth asking about. Because there's something about the pain of Saturn that they were saying to me is the fact that he had his genitals cut off to make Venus when Jupiter chopped him off and threw him in the sea. So, Venus and Saturn. Venus and Saturn. They're being really silly in my head now. They're like, it's like she comes to soothe the wound, but to stem the blood flow. It's like only her touch can seal the wound, like an age-old wound that Saturn has, that kind of makes him so grumpy. Well, it would, wouldn't it? You know, someone's cut your testicles and penis off and thrown it in the sea, and it turned into the goddess of love. You're kind of like, I know, but it's no good to me anymore, is it? It's not part of me. But there's something about her coming back and healing that wound when she goes into conjunction with him. Harband Singh. I don't know if you'll win the lottery, but if you need to ask me if you will win, you're not in the right energetic flow to win. To win something, you have to know why you would win it and what it would mean to you in many ways. That's not to be difficult. It's just because it's an energy frequency that is very much a kind of... Have a look at the beginning of the reading, because we talked about the flow of money. So it's like 5452. Hang on a minute. Didn't I have... There's things missing twos. Oh no, this is missing 3436, 3834. So that's missing 36. That's missing the trap. And then this one is 5452. So 53 is missing here. There's a missing part of the jigsaw that's going on. We're at a standstill. What's missing? What's missing? Oh, interesting. What's missing? Emotions. The flow of emotions. So what will make the emotions flow? What will make the emotions flow? What will make the emotions flow? Oh, you see, that's cheeky. What will make the emotions flow? We got the Princess of Swords, which is Ninlil from Babylon, and the Prince of Wands. So what will make the emotions flow? The air bringing in new ideas, because you have to begin with an explosion of ideas, but those ideas have to draw in, magnetize emotions. 2, 3, this is the tester code. So that 36 that was missing is now here with its 9. It's a completed frequency that breaks open the emotions. From behind the veil, an esoteric energy. It's linked to Neptune in Pisces. So it must be that this reaching to the ear of Saturn must come around the 12th of April, when Jupiter and Neptune go into conjunction, when they cross. And then that brings in the cross that allows us to take flight. It's the same energy, but it's to be Zen with thoughts. It's that divine masculine frequency. So there's something about Saturn being energized to be divine during these first 4 months of 2022. So I think we should go, people, because we've been on 3 hours now. I'm getting hungry. Yeah, you've got tone 13 on your calendar, Kathy. I know, time flies when you're having fun. I'm just seeing if I'm getting any message from these cards. I'm not really. I'm just going to show you them, though. But they're not talking to me. I mean, I would say all countries have the energy of truth. You know, even if it's not in the politics and the leadership of a country, there's always truths in every country. But they're often hidden. Right, look, I don't usually do this, Harden, but I'm just going to ask the cards if they have any thoughts that will help you. I don't do personal readings, but I don't like to see someone stuck in the dark. Is there any message, please, that you can offer to Harben? There's some cards that have turned over. I just need to search for them. There's another one. Well, I need a third card. Right, so I want to say to you, to begin with, that there's this frequency of you need to understand the energy of where you came from. So you need to look at the south node in your chart, whether you use Vedic, sidereal, or tropical. But there's something about the energy of where you came from that hasn't yet been addressed. And that's what's holding you back. You've not allowed a frequency of transformation, of a sense of how to walk forwards towards some kind of destiny. I would almost say that you don't know where you want to be. And so the solutions you seek are almost to buy you time to pause because you can't find the pathway at the moment. And then you have, and that's, it's interesting because that has a frequency of earth on it. And then you have the card of earth, the universal seed. So this is about how within you there is the seed of your destiny has already been planted, and it's like a song. It's an energy frequency that's within the land that's trying to, it's almost like it's trying to sing a melody to you, like kind of, I want to say like heard and you're not hearing it. So my advice would be to ask your ancestors before you go to sleep each night, to thank them for giving you an opportunity to hear a tune that you can't normally hear. There's something about you need to find, like there's an energy we have called the Pied Piper of Hamelin, where he plays a tune to allow people to follow. You need to hear the tune that you can begin to follow, because you're sitting still in the energy of the frequency of your last incarnation, not your new one. And then you have, you've got to step backwards from something, because you've got 26, 25. You've got to, it's almost like you've got to step backwards to plant your seed. It's like the energy of the universal seed, your soul, is blocked from you placing your joy into the journey forwards. You have to find some way of placing life force in your solar plexus, in yourself, in a belief that you can do something to move forwards. I really hope that that's helpful. The light is there. This is light. This is solar light. This is the energy of the sun. So the light's there to bring you out of the darkness, but it's like you need to find purpose. You have to ask the ancestors that gave you your DNA to show you the pathway forwards, to teach you your tune, to give you your purpose. I'm just going to do one other little thing at the moment. Yeti Girl, I know this is a bit weird and other people will ask me for it, but Yeti Girl's daughter contacted me and she asked me if I would just read some cards for her mother. And I feel like I'm being told right now, because I've just been drawn to your name, that I need to just do that. Just because I've just done another personal reading and I don't do them. But this is for you, Yeti Girl. And you can thank your daughter later. I don't know what they're going to say. I feel like it might not be this deck. Let me just give it another shuffle. So, for Yeti Girl, you got one from that, but I feel like I need a different deck. You've got the sun as well, but yours is a sun that's hiding. This is really, really solstice frequency. Really, really solstice frequency. It's like you've got to wait, but we're going to still dig. So, I want my, where's my Odin cards? So, maybe on Christmas Day, we will do personal readings. I didn't know that, but maybe, just pulled my beard. So, for Yeti Girl, come on, Odin. What do you want to tell Yeti Girl? What does she need to know? What does she need to know? Oh, look, it's a new dawn. And that's interesting with that sun card. I guess it's like you're lining up the order of things to pass through your personal portal, your little tiny frequency. There's something about you're letting go of like irregular energies is what I want to say. Like things that stick out of your field a little bit too wide, and so they need to be smoothed off, but they need to be smoothed off by letting go of them. Yeah, so look, you have Asgard, and Asgard is the walled heaven. So you're letting down your walls to transfer your shape, your frequency, your tune, your auric field, so that it can fit this point and reopen. So, what's on the other side of the needle then? What's on the other side of the needle? They're being naughty. They're going, we can't tell you. I'm going to keep digging. So, it's just so funny. Look, Niflheimr. What's on the other side of fog? Not as in your life becomes foggy, because the energy of this card is a clearing of the fog. This is about the energy of all that is in the salt rhyme that the holy cow licks away to create things. And when you apply the energy of fire to the fog, you get creation. New things come out, and it becomes your season. This energy of Ehwaz is to do with movement forwards, having climbed a mountain and gone back down again, but how the energy frequency plugs you in to a new pathway. But it doesn't, it's like, I don't want to show you that pathway properly. I can't bear it when they say that. So there's something behind your new pathways, behind this sunshine. I need I need to know a little bit more. I'm going to use the runes. Listen, don't thank me. Thank your daughter. Harband, I just gave you some help. I just did a reading that was just for you. This is, I have to say, Harband, this does happen sometimes. You're not listening. You're not hearing. You're crying so loudly for help that you're not hearing answers when they're offered to you. If you rewind it a little bit, I just did a personal reading just to help you. So, not those, but the one that's down here. Yeah, you're in change. You're in this energy, Yeti girl, of fluctuation. It's like I'm feeling like there's a trepidation that's taking place. It's like you've reshaped yourself. You've changed your tone. You've smoothed off edges. And while it's exciting, there's a frequency of, I'm just going to stick with trepidation as the word. You're not quite ready for it. You are, but it's making you a little bit anxious. It's exciting, but it's giving you anxiety. This card sticking up. I knew what it was because I could see it. It's the card that Sheila created as such, or guided me into what it. That's okay, Harband. Just rewind it and go and look. It's witchcraft. It's witchcraft. There's sorcery within you. You're being struck with an energy. Oh, look. Yeti girl. 5665. This is your mirror. 5665. Where have I put the other cards? Where have I put them? You're in the mirror. You're in that moment. You're there. You're there, and you're not quite willing to push in to where the other side of the mirror is. Okay? So there's a magical power forming within inside you. So where's it taking you? Where is it taking Yeti girl? I want to say yet again, weirdly. I think it's taking you somewhere you've been to before in another life, but somehow you didn't, it didn't activate properly. Untamable freedom, wildness. it's like all the boundaries that have held you in. 12 frequency, you're coming out of your 12 frequency, your blockage. And then we got these here. Yeah, it's so interesting. Look, you've got begin, Björk. It's a new start. It's a divine new start of freedom. Step into your freedom. Owl senses is here. Ooh, this frequency of you tuning in. I want to say your psychical energies are going to come more online. And then you've got personal Yggdrasil tree. Sorry, I was just got caught in some of the messages there. So you've got Yggdrasil. Can somebody just, with Harbin, could somebody help him to work out, because I don't know whether that's written as the 9th of the 1st, 1989, or the 1st of the 9th, because we write it differently in British and American. So I don't know whether it means he's born in September or January. But could someone just ask him and then tell him what star sign he is, please? Because he's either Capricorn or he's Virgo. So you're beginning, it's like you're growing a new Yggdrasil tree, but a new magical Yggdrasil tree where your life is somehow very, very different. You know, like you're unlocking your psychic abilities, and they're quite wild and untamable. There's power within your senses that's coming online. So there you go. Thank you, Ali. I think he might have been disconnected again. He said he was working out of town or something, and the connection was going down. I'm just going to keep this open for the moment so Penelope can finish finding out Harbin's sign. Did you establish, though, whether it was September or January for Harbin? Harbin, are you born in January or in September? 1st of January. I thought it was the 9th of January. Harbin, was it the 9th of January? Okay, so now you've got that, and then do you have a town near where you were born? I mean, you're obviously a Capricorn in tropical. So were you asking me if I was diabetic? I'm not, no. Thank you, everyone, for helping Harbant. And while you're all doing that, maybe just because I need to keep the channel open, we'll do something else. I'll have a sip of water while we all help Harbant. Thanks, Penelope. So, Harbant, your Capricorn Sun, Aquarius Moon, I have an Aquarius Moon, and your Sagittarius Rising, which is interesting because I do feel that Sagittarius as a sign is rising through Chiron as it heads towards the Algenib tip of the Pegasus wing. Wassail Manushka G. So what tea was? This is the energy of spiritual warrior and smelting. Sorry, I'm not really reading cards now. I'm reading what everyone else is writing. And it's getting a bit dark where I am now. The light's fading. You're most welcome, Yeti girl. Harbin, I really want to say to you, please look at the beginning of this video when it's finished, because it is all about how to allow money to flow towards you. So maybe the whole subject came up so that you could see it later. Harbin, there's always light. Seriously, there's always light. I went through a period where I lost everything in my life, and I found ways to connect and move forwards into allowing money to flow through me and to me and from me. But it took me a long time to understand how to do that. But the beginning of this video, that's the first subject of the cards. It's all about how to work with the frequencies of money. So I would suggest, because part of it is that the statements, I know you're explaining to us how you're in financial difficulty, but part of that is every time you state that money won't come to you, that's what happens. Money can't get to you. And and it is very difficult to change that energy, but we'd like you to be able to. So have a look at the very beginning of the video. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Then Venus went retrograde the day of your solar Venus return. So yeah, at the beginning of this video, you can rewind it now just by going right the way back to the very beginning. Thank you, Penelope. You are amazing. Yeah, most people do lose everything. It's what triggers the pathway. Trying to find some new things. Penelope is very clever at astrology. We're all giving Penelope a round of applause. Hey, look, it turned up in the end. Vanamir. This is the community of friends. And right now you're all doing that so beautifully to help somebody. And I'm really grateful for everybody for coming in. Wassail DD? And just helping someone. Such a beautiful frequency. Yeah, that's the generation, if it's 1989, I think you said, that's the generation that has this, they all have this massive Capricorn stellium. They're the millennials, and it's a very difficult energy to overcome. You have to learn to embrace the power that it can bring you without it becoming something that overrules you. Because it is a generational frequency, that stellium in Capricorn. And it's something that Reem has, and she's learning how to maximize the frequency of it. Yeah, it's a strong stellium. Wassail Jaguar, Wassail Jaguar. You're not really late. We're just kind of hanging out while Penelope gives some help. Well, we're all helping out, but Penelope's doing the main work with the Harbant. And we're all sending you lots and lots of good energy, Harbant. Thanks, Kathy. I mean, I would try and see what I said at the beginning, but I actually think it'll be easier for Harbin afterwards to just go back and look. Because it was about how I couldn't get money to flow towards me. And, you know, there were days when I couldn't eat. And then I learned how to do it, and it was slow and it was difficult, but I learned how to let money flow. And now I never worry. And I've had to learn lots of different tricks to get there. So is there anything else we can do while we're waiting, or shall I just swing? Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. You will be a different person again, Harbin. I was a different person, and then I went down that dark path, and then I found how to get out of it. You can do this. You know, subscribe to this channel, and whenever we come online to do things, and there's, especially when we do lives, join in and people will help you. They're really good people here, and they'll reach out. Yeah, it's very possible. Donna. Yes, that's true. It could be. I don't know, though. I don't know. Oh, I don't know where it came from. It was because I was swinging. Yes, also, Harbin, go and listen to Miss Remy Healings, because she has the same stellium as you. Yeah, listen, it is really difficult to see the light in the room. I would say, though, Harbin, that there's an energy of growth the light only comes when you can embrace the shadows, and they're painful, and we learn to do them with more and more ease slowly. Can I please say something about mirror souls? Who are you after, Jack? Right, let's just do it. See what there is about mirror, 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 one more. It's weird because, look, there's the Mystery Healings. Is the name, Harbin, that you want. So, have you got any messages about mirror, mirror, mirror souls? Because I feel like the mirror, mirror souls come next year, but not immediately. I feel like they come in the second half of the year. But let's see. Mirror, mirror souls. What do you want to say about mirror, mirror, mirror souls? Are mirrored souls twin flames? No, they're not. Twin flames are dark, toxic, narcissistic energies. Once upon a time, twin flames were like mirror souls, but I would never use the word twin flame because it's a word that has become used in the spiritual community for people staying in relationships that are damaging and toxic. Sorry. I'm very adamant about that. So we have Rainmaker and many paths. this is immediately talking about this energy. It's reminding me of Saturn. It's reminding me of a frequency that's coming in the latter half of the year. So after the 10th of May, there's the energy of an emotional water bomb of self-love has to happen within each of us before any mirror soul can come towards you. But even you know, you've got time. This is the water phoenix in the sacral bursting out. But no one gets a mirror soul unless they've got a mirrored love for themselves, or an energy of self-love that's totally secure. So, the self-love going. If the self-love gets going, well, that one went up in the air. This is so interesting. Wassail Tom Thumb, thank you very much. We have Coyote, Divine Detours, 12 frequency, Stuck frequency, and Jaguar. This is that energy. So it's like the mirrored souls is a process this year. To get that true energy, first, engage in true, absolute, self-loving emotion. Set off the water bomb of your water phoenix in your water meadow, your sacral. That has to go off. And it has to go off during the course of the motions now until the 10th. I want to kind of say until the 14th of May, the lunar eclipse in Taurus. And then comes the energy of your soul animal aspect. When you love yourself, you can then bring in your animal aspect of your soul, that protection. It's like it's a detour while you wait. And that will probably be through June, because we've had this energy today. And then, oh, hang on, there's one over there that's random. That's your power. That's your full power. They're drawing my attention to the water phoenix energy being your power, 6 and 6, the explosion of self-emotions, self-love will bring about your, like the rewriting of your DNA, the clearance of your DNA, your power, your staff, so that you're in a frequency of receptivity to your mirror soul. You won't be in that frequency until A, you learn to love yourself, and secondly, you learn to connect with the aspect of your soul that's linked to the animal kingdom. And then it's the ghost of the past fades, the trauma of the past, the mist that is hiding the frequency of a soulmate clears. But none of that happens until you come into a frequency, a new frequency within yourself. So, what happens then in the second half of the year? It's interesting. It hasn't fallen, but it's here. It's the Andean cross. If you can do all of that, it doesn't just have to be It's just saying that the energies won't unlock until the music of the spheres allows them to happen. So you can do this slower and later. You could do it in 4 years, but once the energies have been open, they're there to be usable at all times. So the Andean cross is this frequency. Amazing. My beautiful hostess has just bought me ice cold water. Thank you so much. Source energy. It will unlock the frequency that connects the astral to your soul properly, but it's higher than the astral. It's an energy level of, look, for me, the mirrored soul at the moment seems to be the frequency of your first soulmate from lifetimes ago, generations ago, a different time, a different galaxy, but the person who was the first soul that you reached a union with. Or you could look at it as the last soul that was part of you, if you come down from source through the elven ring thread, all the way down through the dimensions, the last energy that was the same as you, that birthed as twins, where you could watch each other's egos or each other's lives together, and then you split completely apart to experience life differently, but you still experienced it together. It's you're retrieving both your soul and their soul, an aspect of divine connection. So just a little bit more. Yeah, it really is about that. You are connected to this person, this soul, in the elven ring, but we're connected to each other in the elven ring. But some way down, there's a thread with the last knot that was you and one other, who was the first person ever that you were one energy with, but also in the other direction, the last person you untangle from. It's interesting. It's just pure love. It's absolutely pure love. It's when hearts, minds, sacrals, frequencies just get it. Sometimes I wonder whether when you meet a mirrored soul, there is a frequency that you almost, this is a weird thing to say, but you almost don't need them because they're you exactly. They think the same as you. They are the frequency. And yet, to live with that energy in the real 3D world is a totally divine and beautiful thing. That was so sweet of my hostess, wasn't it? She's so lovely that she thought he's been up there talking for like nearly 4 hours. He must be parched. Has Reemi arrived? Reem! See, I was just going to finish. I can't finish when Reem's here. Hello, Reem, my angel. Yeah, we're super late. We've been on for 4 hours nearly, Reem. Keep going. All right, I'm going to do a little message for you, Reem. I don't mean it might be personal. I'm just going to say, what would the cards like to share with Reem? And then you can write back and go, I dreamt all that last night. Do you know what I did the other? Do you know what I did the other day? I was writing something, Reem, and I I was writing the word dream and it missed out the D and spelled ream when I meant to write dream. And then I spent the evening thinking of all the songs that have the word dream in, and I changed them all to ream. All you gotta do is ream, 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 ream. Look, it's your reading ream. It's the gift of truth. It's your mandala that I sound watched. So that's a pleasure, Jack. I am hearing the song Fashion, turn to the left, fashion, turn to the right. Oh, fashion. It's the smelting. This truth is being constructed. The truth is being constructed. Ah, truth. Exactly, Reem. A little bit of truth. I'm not taking that log here. Oh, Odin's in the house. Oh, there's something big coming truth-wise. Really massive energy. So, look, we've got Odin. And Odin came with the Billoldo, the Bifrost. Can we just talk about boing, boing? And what's it coming with? I've never had the Billoldo with Heimdall. And the point is that actually Odin owns the Billoldo, the Bifrost. It doesn't open unless Heimdall opens it, and it's opened for Odin. This is the powerful energy of truth. But the weird part about it is Niedervilliers, Svartalhamir, is at the base of the Yggdrasil tree. So what I'm seeing is this energy of this bounce down from Asgard, down to the Middle Earth, and then the pathway, the announcement of almost like Odin's coming to get the sword from the roots of the Yggdrasil tree. That is really massive energy. Massive, massive energy. Right, what's going on then? What's going on? And I said, hey now, hey now. What's going on at the roots of the Yggdrasil tree? Please show us hell. What's going on at the roots of the Yggdrasil tree in Svartalhamir? What's going on? Big energies. There's another card, I think, in here up the other way. It's Skadi, but she's not in the story yet. She's in a minute. There's something else going on first. Oh. This is interesting. Yeah, it's me. It's me. What do you want? Here's me roots. What do you want? Do me roots need doing? Loki. Loki's always down in Niedervilliers, getting them to make tricks. He set up a whole competition once to get a load of gifts, magical gifts made. And he wanted to do it because he wanted a particular gift. But it's coming with Jormungandr. This is Loki's son. And I feel like this again is this energy of the old earthen Jormungandr becoming... Yeah, he came because he likes playing with Rim. And this has got to be rebuilt as the Earth Serpent of Air Epoch, not the Earth Serpent of Earth Epoch. So there's new song lines. Loki is a shapeshifter. It's a transformation of the tunes of the energy of the Earth. And there's this truth. That's the truth of it, is that the energy frequency of the Earth is changing. The other card that came out, which is even funnier, I left it down here, is the norms, and they are underneath the roots of the Yggdrasil tree. So this is a moment of destiny, and Jorgen Gandir in our rune deck is a destiny point that we're meeting. It's a really massive destiny, because it's like as we shift into, we're on 2112 today, and as we move forwards, it's about moving into 2022. Also, we've got this Harbin, no, you shouldn't. That's absolutely, I am going to interrupt my reading just to say to you, Harbin, no, that's your Capricorn stellium talking. You have to fight that desire. So there's this frequency of the song lines changing, the melody of the earth changing in 2022. The sun has moved into Capricorn, and that's the beginning of the sun's new energy after the solstice, the rebirth into the new frequency as we move forwards. And then we have Skadi. Skadi is she that makes no slips. She's gone through life. She's felt the energy of being tricked by Loki. You know, Loki, there's that famous story after her father's killed, and she goes and she demands to be made to laugh again and to get married. They trick her. So they trick her with showing only the feet. She has to pick the person she loves by the feet. She doesn't pick Baldur, who she's in love with. She picks Njord, and they're not compatible. But also, in order to make her laugh, Loki has his testicles like a nanny goat, and he gets the nanny goat to laugh. But this is coming across as the frequency of fool me once, I'm a fool. Fool me twice, it's not going to happen. That's a different way of saying this phrase. You know, she's got the snowshoes. She's the goddess of the snowshoes. She's moving forwards now with determination. What's she got in her hand? She's got the gift of the truth. And what's the truth there? She's got the sword. It's hers. It's each of ours. It's not his. It's almost like Odin is giving the sword as a gift to someone that the Azir wronged. It's like a kind of giant apology to humanity from this frequency. That's nice. I like that. I know I'm spending a lot of time just watching your energy, Harbin, but you really do have to be careful to not fall into the power of your Capricorn stellium, because it's not going to help you to want any kind of unfortunate energy on another. You have to look after yourself and find ways to lift yourself into a better frequency. Yeah, I love that message. That was great. That came through because Reem's here. So let's just pop all those back. Yes, I think we should. I said about an hour ago we should stop, and we stayed online to help Harbentau. And now we've been on 4 hours. That's a long time. I wouldn't want to watch myself back. So, anyone got any more questions? I love the hammock cream. Do you know, if I just change my position on it slightly, it's really nice to kind of bring it up and have like a big pink spider web. It's such a lovely cerise color. I'm sorry to hear that, Harben. But again, I want to say to you that you have to find a way to show people that show you hate that you only have love to give back to them. Because love will eventually conquer everything if you can stay in that frequency. I know it's hard, but you have to show people that your power and love is stronger than their hatreds. You know, show them how embarrassed they should be, but don't come down to their level. Yeah, it's lovely up here. This is such a beautiful space with the natural world all around, the jungle frequency, ants everywhere. I just did that reading, How to Find Your Soulmate, Mirror Souls. I just did it. I did it for Jack. That wasn't just for Jack, it was for everyone. To find your soulmate, you have to find a way to self-love. And then you have to connect with your animal spirit. So you have to make yourself a whole complete frequency so that you can join with that energy from the Elven ring that has that frequency for you. Yeah, Harbin has the same stellium as you, Rim. Yeah, he'll be a Scorpio. Harbin. 1st of November is a Scorpio. Oh, that's really weird. When we were earlier, someone wrote down that their birthday was the 1st of November, 1944. That's beautiful phrase, Reem. Embrace your dark, but walk in love. I love that. I'm nicking that. Who was it that wrote that their birthday was the 1st of the 11th, 44? Thank you. Stolen. I need to read it again. Embrace your dark, but walk in love. Embrace your dark, but walk in love. See, I've sat for 4 hours and Reem's come in with the best phrase of all. Yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here because I'm enjoying Solstice in a swing. Solstice in a swing, solstice in a swing, solstice, solstice, solstice in a swing. Got short shorts on as well, Rim. Again, tiny little powder blue ones. So we might have to finish, really, because it just keeps rolling on. Oh, it was your husband. Oh, January the 11th. See, I got that the wrong way round. But it was definitely a 11111111. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Short shorts, powder blue shorts, in a fuchsia pink hammock. What could be better than that? What's the commercial? We wear short shorts. I've not seen that advert. So, have we got a goodbye message to everybody? Look, what? It's the same card. There's enough in this deck, but it's the same card. There is a date with destiny, but there is a change afoot with the destiny. Harbin, I just want to say as well there, just because I'm keeping an eye on you, but you don't need the power to change time, because if you had the power to change time, first of all, you'd never learn anything because you'd keep changing it. And eventually you'd become a megalomaniac and you'd be damaging to people. We can't change time because we have to learn to live with mistakes and shadows and learn to love us and all around us so that we can grow. Honestly. Look, I put them all back in different places. Right, is there a last message to come out? The only one that's different is Mushbelamir is here. Yeah, look, Reem's on it today. You're on fire. We need to flow through time, not change it. We change in time. Just beautiful, Reem. Yeah, the pain is the teacher. There's the darkness. Vogel, one of the Valkyrie, said back in June, on the solstice, the summer solstice, if you remember, we had that lovely reading. And she said, the key to your future is molded from the shadows of your past. You can't unlock a brighter future unless you face your shadows. Did anyone else hear what? The hammering? It was Thor. So, look, I really need to go. I just wanted a nice little card to end, but I didn't want all those repeat cards again. There was another voice. Ooh, that's one of the ancestors. The veil is very thin tonight. Don't forget, everyone, you need to tell your ancestors that you want to have a good dream with them. I know, tipsy bears, but I had to stop and wait while we helped Harbant out. Well, while Penelope helped Harbant out, and everyone else was very supportive. So, Reem wants one last Odin. Right, run. You do run, 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 you do run, run. So, Ran, goddess of the ocean floor. Do you know, the thing about Ran, right, is her and her husband, they hold the best parties. Everyone wants to go to their parties because they all get drunk like fish, I guess, at the bottom of the sea. But it's about enjoying yourself. It's, you know, I want to say it's party time in a, you know, in a way in which it's really saying it's time to celebrate change. It's time to sort of embrace. Yeah, she's been in a cosmic egg, but she's shaking out the net of the year. It's like that energy of spring cleaning, but this is the physical. I kind of feel like there's a treasure. It's like if you sweep through your house, clean your house, start moving things, something is going to turn up that you thought was lost, or something that you didn't even know was there. There's a surprise hidden behind the energy of this card. There really is. So I'm going to add one last Jumanjics, as we're currently calling them. One last Jumanjics, to go with Ran. Oh, they're all going down my legs. Oh, it's very lovely. So, Water Phoenix. It's like Ran is gonna find it's like she's gonna show you a seed to your water meadow. She's gonna offer some kind of frequency that will allow emotions to take flight. And it's powerful, and it's to open your sacral. She's offering a sacral healing. I feel like this is, in many ways, this energy of the 3 retrograde planets plus the moon around the Earth at the moment, bringing this explosive growth of the water phoenix from within the sacral to bring you to soar to new heights. Beautiful energy. So that's your lot, people. That's really the very last card that I'm going to show. I was going to show another one. I'm not. I can't do it. I can't get involved. It's 4 hours, 15 minutes. We've been here too long. Yes, Jim Andrews. Wassail Jim Andrews. May the sun shine upon you all. And on you, Jim. Nice to see you, my friend. Yeah, we're always happy to see you, Reem. So thank you, Ali. Ali Wright, Wassail. I don't think I said hello to you in all that time. So beautiful, 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 beautiful people. Oh, listen, there's one little other thing I want to say. I will bring it up at Christmas, but I had a piece of music in my head all before I came here, and it was really it's Christmassy, but I think you might all like it. It's called A Ceremony of Carols. I guess I should really ceremony of Carols by Benjamin. Oh, it's not typing it. Ceremony of Carols, and it's by Benjamin Britten. Okay, it doesn't particularly matter which version. I like the David Wilcox version, but I like to get it. I bought it the other day. It was only $3.99. I bought the version that wasn't digitally remastered. It's been a bit ruined when it's digitally remastered, but they're all songs written in an old medieval kind of Anglo-Saxon English. It's absolutely beautiful language, and it's for a choir, a 3-part choir of trebles, and that means boys whose voices haven't broken. So there's a very pure angelic quality, and it's 9 lessons and carols kind of thing. It's called A Ceremony of Carols, but it's for harp and treble voices. And the harp has a solo in the middle of the piece when the choir stops, and it's all about a freezing winter night. And this harp just trembles and has the sound of snow falling and ice. It's a really, really beautiful piece. And I think you might all like it as an alternative. Just a little bit of strangely beautiful, medieval inspired words, sacred Christmas music. It is a really beautiful piece. It's so delicate. It's so sublime. And it's so perfect. There's one movement that's called "This little babe, so few days old, has come to rifle Satan's fold, and therefore at his present quake." And what happens is he sets up a canon that gets so much closer and closer in 3 parts that it begins to sound like a bubbling brook of magical energy coming across. It's a beautiful piece of music. So Benjamin Britten's Ceremony of Carols. I think the version I have is David Wilcox, King's College, Cambridge. Yeah, it's really a fabulous piece. Yeah. I've got Puerto Rican Christmas music. I've already done that once. I just got it into my head. I think it may have been on that thing I posted about Wassail music, because obviously Wassail night comes in January. I suppose we should do a special Wassail reading, since but the Wassail night is when you bless all of the apple and pear trees so that they bring you a harvest of cider and perry. Perry, not parry, but perry is the name of pear cider. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's a bubbling sound because they literally bounce after each other. I'm not sure how they do it. Yeah. I forgot that there's a wassail night. That's where I got the word wassail from. It's an old English word for good health. Yeah, it's spelled Perry, 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 which is pear cider. Yeah, it is. But the thing is, we don't call it pear cider. You should just call it Perry, because that's what it means. Perry is the word for pear cider. Wassail Jewels 99. I didn't see you before. Well, I've seen your comment, but I just didn't sing your name. So, yeah, Perrier is a water from France. And the interesting thing about Perrier is, just before I go, just to make it very clear, Perrier were always called naturally sparkling mineral water, because lots of mineral waters are sparkling when they come up. But there's a poisonous substance in Perrier water, which they have to remove before they can bottle and sell it. And so when they remove it, it removes the sparkle. And so then they have to put the sparkle back in. So the EU said you can't say naturally sparkling spring water because it was spring water that had the sparkle put back in. There's the hummingbird again. Gorgeous. So yeah, so it's not naturally sparkling, it's re-sparkled. Do you know which one I love more than Perrier though, which is French, is Badoit. Badoit. And Badoit has much softer bubbles, and it has a lot more minerals that are good for the digestive system. So it's what the French drink after food. Yeah, a lot of water does contain arsenic. Oh my goodness, there's more water. I'm stopping in a minute anyway. I've told them I've been on too long. I've been on 4.5 hours. Got water now to go with my other water. See, that was magic. We were talking about water, and water has appeared. Boudoir, yeah, it's boudoir water. I think that's something else. Badoit, Badoit. Let's see, Michelle knows it. Badoit, it's lovely. You can also get lemon Badoit now. I just like Badoit because it's a little bit salty. Yes, see, look, it's a tad salty. Exactly, it is. I know, they're really, really sweet to me here. Thank you, Mary. The other water I do like is San Pellegrino from Italy, because that has tiny bubbles. I'm not a great lover of very aggressive bubbles in water. But San Pellegrino do a special digestive one that's got bitter herbs in it. I can't swallow that one. It's slightly red. Absolutely, that's exactly what it has. A lot more sodium, and I think it's got a lot more bicarb, sodium soda. But it is for after meals. It's an absolutely beautiful, beautiful drink. No, it's not San Pelle, it's San Pellegrino. Yeah, San Pellegrino is lovely. That's Italian though, I think. You see, it's weird here. It's very difficult to find mineral water here. It's all water that's been purified of everything. So the water that comes out of the bottles has no minerals in it. It's had all the minerals, all the salt removed. And then they sell you all the minerals in electrolyte drinks separately. Whereas when they tried to produce the water that Coca-Cola did into Britain that wasn't a mineral water, no one wanted it. They only wanted proper minerals. Yeah, I love a bit of distillation. Oh, do you get San Pellegrino, Reem? The only thing I don't like is San Pellegrino started to do cans of drink, and they were beautiful. And recently they've taken out all the sugar and put artificial sugar in, and I can't do artificial sugar. It's not very nice. See, there's another reason to come to Canada. They got all the water there. In fact, they have got all the water there. Canada has 2/3 of the world's fresh water. And it's not in the Great Lakes, it's above. Oh my God, there's Nestle owning San Pellegrino now. Okay, see you, Reem. Go and do a download, and then I can watch it later from up here in my hammock. Yeah, let's all go to Canada. It's got enough space. Yes, they do. And Pepsi. They are all in there with the water. That's what I'm going to do, Myla. I'm just going to go there and say to them, look, I need to live in your country. And Reem said she'd like that. I want to publish the cards there. I want to set up a business there. So give them a reason to want me. Oh, that's interesting, Parry. When I was in Peru, they had a stone bowl that they fill with water, and it drips through, and that purified and cleaned it. Cold water. It's delicious. Right, people, we're on 4.5 hours. I really need to go. I'll be back. So thank you all so much for dropping by and having fun. And I'll see you in a day or two. And if I don't see you in a day or two, I'm sure I will. We'll definitely do something Christmas Day. I think Christmas Day we'll do, maybe try and do some personals for people. Just see how it goes. Oh, thank you, Kathy. You don't have to, but thank you. You're very kind. So good night, everybody. Bye. This little babe, so few days old, has come to rifle Satan's fold.